Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and a very good morning to you. We are quite happy that you are here to attend this inquiry on advertisement, which is held by the Human Rights Commission. I would like, in particular, to welcome members of all the media houses present this morning. I further would like to welcome members of the public present here and all the witnesses that are going to give evidence this morning. Furthermore, I would like to welcome members of the evidence team and members from our Gauteng province office of the South African Human Rights Commission. I further would like also to welcome all the panelists present this morning, and last but not least, I would like to welcome the interviewers at home who will be following up this inquiry. The South African Human Rights Commission has decided to initiate an investigation into the continuing complaints or allegations of racial discrimination in general in the advertising industry within South Africa. You'll all remember that March is the Human Rights Month. And therefore, in accordance with the Commission's objectives of promoting respect for human rights and a culture of human rights, and the protection and development and attainment of the human rights, our Gauteng province of the Human Rights Commission will undertake an investigation into, amongst other aspects, the creation and publication of adverts and the people involved. In the recent past, there have been a few advertisements which have been indicative of racism and have evoked much criticism of the industry and their clients. Instead of having to react to each discriminatory advert as and when they occur, with the learnings and information gathered during the investigation, the South African Human Rights Commission aims to craft medium to long-term interventions that will instill in the advertising sector a culture of human rights and produce mechanisms that promote equality and prevent unfair discrimination. And in doing so, prevent the publication of discriminatory, racist, sexist, tribalistic, homophobic, and anti-Semitic advertisements. The Commission has deemed it appropriate and in the public interest to conduct its investigation through a formal inquiry in accordance with Section 13 and 15 of the Human Rights Act. The reason for investigation and the intended outcome is to establish a genuine culture of human rights and prevent discriminatory adverts which unfairly depict, discriminate, and impair the dignity of the diverse people living in South Africa. The Commission believes that any inquiry undertaken must be approached from a non-adversarial position, that is, inquisitorial position. The investigation will not proceed from the basis of specific allegation. The intention of the Commission is to find the best means of promoting human rights. Now, in order to gain understanding and answer the questions above, the Commission needs to obtain from the participants of the investigation information on the makeup of the advertising industry in South Africa, including the size of the industry, the leaders in the industry, the racial, gender, and inclusivity, that is, accommodation of persons with disability, makeup of the leadership and employees in the industry. The advertising process, including how television, print online, radio adverts are commissioned, how television, print online, radio adverts are created, that is the process, and how adverts get approved. the awareness of persons who make up the advertising industry, including the appreciation of the relevant constitutional provision within the industry, the appreciation of the legislative provisions aimed at promoting respect for the diversity and social cohesion, the culture prevalent within the sector, that is the advertising sector, the extent to which lessons have been learned from the past mistakes, and other relevant factors. Now, in terms of Article 10.4 of the Commission's Procedure Manual and Section 15 of the South African Human Rights Act, the Commission has determined that all stakeholders and interested parties will be given an opportunity to make further written submission after the conclusion of the final sitting of the inquiry for a period of 21 working days. Okay, I've been advised that this inquiry, if need be, and after consideration by the panel, that it is necessary to hold the second session later on in this year, you'll be advised, and then we'll be waiting for further submission in regard to this matter. Now, in accordance with the Article 10.3.1 of the Procedure Manual, the panel, which will comprise the panel will be comprised of the following people. That is the chairperson of the commission, of the panel, which will be myself, Bukanka Tamalachi, and Commissioner J.B. Sibanyoni, who is also a commissioner at the Human Rights Commission, and Professor Mahlungus. I'm sorry for pronouncing the Mahlungus. You know, I'm paid, you know. My tongue is not used to clicks and all that. So this will be the three panelists who will be directing this inquiry. So now, perhaps let me ask the three panelists to introduce themselves. First, starting with Commissioner Banyoni.
Thank you, Chairperson of the inquiry, Advocate Bukanka Malachi. My name is J.B. Sibanyoni. I'm a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission, and I'm a member of this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Tsepo Madlingozi. I'm a professor at Wits University. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I noticed that we are about 20 minutes late, and I will now hand over to the investigating team to introduce themselves and to take the proceedings further.
Good morning, Commissioners, and good morning to everybody currently in the room. My name is Zamanto Ngapegi. I'll be the lead investigator for this session. I'm joined by my colleague who will also introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mluleki Mahongo. I'm an advocate, and I'm one of the evidence leaders.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, without any waste of time, I'll hand over to Commissioner Banyoni to come and administer the oath on our witnesses, the first witness that will be appearing this morning.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Zuleika Patel.
Good morning.
Can you please assist? Is it on? Thank you. It is on, don't worry. Did you sleep well?
Yes, I did.
And you are ready?
Yes.
Okay, feel free. Mine is just to administer the oath. And before doing so, I would like to find out from each and every witness whether you've got any problem in taking the prescribed oath or not. Because if a person has got an objection towards taking the prescribed oath, there is an alternative of doing that. It's just an affirmation. Some people have got an objection based on religious basis. So from your side, do you have any objection towards taking the prescribed oath or not?
No objection at all.
Thank you very much. And then I always say the oath, and then at the end, all you need to do is just to say, "So help me God." And then it is, do you swear that the evidence that you shall live, shall lead, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that is the case, will you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
Thank you, Chairperson. She is duly sworn in.
Thank you, Commissioner Banyoni. I will now hand over to the evidence leaders to proceed with the inquiry.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Kamzuleka, before I begin, I just want to clarify, how do you want to be addressed for this session? Do you want us to use your name? Are you comfortable with that? Just your name.
I'm comfortable on a first name basis.
Thank you. Alrighty. Please introduce yourself formally to everybody in the sitting today.
Good morning to everyone in the sitting. My name is Zuleika Patel. I am an anti-racism and social justice activist. I'm also now a best-selling author of a children's book, My Coily Crowny Hair. And how my activism began is executive body of the school.
Okay. Zuleika, at this point, I'm going to give you the opportunity to make your opening statement. I'll just turn off my mic and you will have the platform.
Thank you very much. As I begin my opening statement, I'd like to just outline what birthed hate discrimination. And in outlining that, I'm going to bring forth the historical context of the fact that this dates back to the early 1600s, when throughout colonialism, the idea of scientific racism was used as something tangible to enforce racism, because there was a requirement for something tangible that you could see and touch to use as reasoning at the time as to why Africans, black people, were to be seen as more inferior than everyone else at the time, in order to enforce colonialism. At the time, agency over the African body, over African hair, was taken away from African people, whereby that then became the tangible tool that was used to enforce the fact that black people are more inferior than, at the time, white individuals. And then that then was brought into the next regime of white domination, being the apartheid regime, when you had the pencil test, which was used as a determining factor to determine one's race, whereby simple things such as if the pencil stood still in your hair, you were then classified as African, and should it had been that the pencil slipped out of your hair, you could have then been classified as colored or something else, right? And at the time, that then became a tool which was used to enforce things such as your standard of living, because then when you were classified as African, that then meant for you that you were given the lowest standard of living, the worst form of healthcare, the worst form of education, and you were exposed to the most inferior form of living in the country. And so that then brings me to how hair has become a symptom of the greater diagnosis of racism within our country, and it's been used as a tool to enforce, a tangible tool to enforce racism. And now in the 21st century, now post the apartheid regime, the remnants of those two systems that we come out of, colonization and apartheid, still find themselves very prevalent within our modern day democracy. And those remnants have then birthed the 21st century form of discrimination, whereby that's been used, has been used as a tool to enforce exclusion. Because then we've then seen it how African hair has then been used as a tool to enforce why it should be that you are not neat enough to sit in a meeting, you are not appropriate enough to be in a certain schooling environment, you do not meet the standard of beauty to be seen in a positive light in advertising as well. And so that then has been used as a tool to enforce exclusion, as well as a tool to enforce the notion which has been prevalent in our society for decades, that whiteness is to be seen as the standard of humanity and the standard of goodness and the standard of neatness. And should you not meet that framework, you do not fit within that standard. And now I come to why the particular advertisement which was speaking about, the advertisement which was released by Clicks, commissioned by Theresa May, was so problematic, and why I define it as a racist advertisement. It is because that advertisement was a direct reinforcement of those very notions that were used within colonization and apartheid, that make blackness to be seen as more inferior than everything else, and make blackness to be seen as something that is not to be seen within the standard of beauty which we're seeing. And so the words dry and damaged and frizzy and dull were used to describe a black woman's hair within the advertisement, as opposed to the other side of the spectrum, where it showcased a white woman's hair and called it normal and fine and flat, which then reinforces the anti-blackness which is constructed by colonialism, that has stripped black people off of their dignity, by positioning blackness as abnormal in relation to whiteness, which is something that dates back to the 1600s, which I outlined in the beginning of my statement. And the racism that is seen within the advert is a form of what I then describe as the 21st century form of discrimination within advertising. And now the problem with that brings me to speaking about why this advertisement was so problematic is because today we live in the 21st century where our form of messaging is used through advertising, through social media, where advertisements find themselves, as well as on television, because we no longer live in an era whereby newspapers are the popular form of passing messaging within society. And now, when you're passing messaging within society, it's important to ensure that the messaging you're passing upholds the Constitution and upholds the society which we are trying to build, which is an inclusive society, right? And now, this advertisement, I believe, should be one where we see accountability, because it's not the first of its kind. There's been a pattern that repeats itself where we've seen advertisements that insult a majority of the demographic of our population, especially in a country like ours, where we come out of a past which is not completely the past, because remnants of that regime we come out of still find themselves in today's society. And we find ourselves trying to build a society which is the opposite of the one that we come out of. And so it's so important and critical for us to be holding such advertisements accountable, which now bring me to my conclusion, in which I'd like to bring forth a couple of solutions and propose these solutions as a way forward from that advertisement, or rather a way forward from the pattern of racist advertising that we've seen. And so my first proposition would be, I believe that we are in a society where we no longer require diversity trainings, because I believe that we're all aware that South Africa is a very diverse country, and it's something that we're not oblivious to. And I believe that what we now require are inclusion trainings, rather, in order to define what inclusion means, because I believe that that has not been appropriately defined, which is why we've seen cases of such advertisements being released, because we do not fully understand what inclusion means, especially in advertising as well. What does it mean when you're casting individuals to be part of these advertisements? What does inclusion mean in that scenario? What does inclusion mean within the institutions that are part of the advertising agencies and the corporates that commission advertising industries, which remain heavily white dominated, and make the dominant voice within decision making predominantly speak to whiteness. And secondly, I'd then like to propose accountability. And what I mean when I speak of accountability, I'd like to propose the formation of a board that would seek to hold the advertising agency accountable for all that they release on television and on social media, because I believe that there isn't necessarily a board that directly will regulate what kind of advertisements are being released, and if those advertisements are appropriate, and if they speak on the pillars that uphold the Constitution, which the Constitution then is something that upholds our society and the society that we're trying to build. And within that body, that regulatory body, I'd like to propose the drawing up of a national document, which would be drawn up, I propose with the leadership of the Human Rights Commission, and then be passed on a national level through Parliament to become a document that will outline what are the basics of what advertising should portray in our country, and what kind of messaging is not appropriate, because such messaging would obviously be discriminatory, and I'd like for that document to outline what then would take place should advertisements like the ones that we've seen be released. And those are the propositions that I'd like to propose, and I'd like for these to be considered. Thank you very much.
That's a tough job for the Commission. But thank you very much for that. I'll just be going through what you've just said, unpacking it, and we can just have a discussion back and forth based on what you said. And through this exercise, we just want to get your opinion on certain issues, and particularly, I think we want to also spend some time on the recommendations that you've made, crafting them out, and making sure that we better, as the Commission, for instance, we better understand what you want from us, right? But first, I think it's important that we are all on the same page, and that is, well, how would you then define racism and discrimination? As you've spoken about it at length, but what do you define as racism on the first hand, and then discrimination on the second hand?
How I define racism is it's the direct discrimination, the direct social, political, and economic exclusion on the basis of one's identity and on the basis of one's skin color. And that's how I define racism: the direct discrimination, the direct economic, social, and political discrimination on the basis of one's identity.
When you referred to the to your definition now of racism and how it links to discrimination, what are your thoughts on whether intention should play a role in this? In this, for instance, what I'm trying to say is, some would say that I did not intend to be racist. I did not intend to say that. I did not intend for you to mean to understand it that way. So should intention be a requirement in our understanding of racism and discrimination?
I believe that to a certain extent, intention can be part of it, but I believe overall that in a country like South Africa, where everything is racialized, the standard of living is based on your race, due to our past, in which the remnants of our past find itself in our present. And so I believe that in a country like South Africa, where the kind of education, where you live, all that positioning is on the basis of your race, I do understand that to a certain extent, intention should not be part of that, because it's not something where it's under the rug. It's direct, and it's very obvious in our country, because we live in a country that is still geospatially divided. We live in a country where there's certain standards within education, within the access to employment and the access to opportunity, where I believe that it's very obvious for one to understand what is racist and what isn't racist.
Picking up on what you've just said now, you say that it becomes obvious that to us, to everybody, what is racist and what is racism. You're saying that we have a common understanding of what racism is, but is that true? Do you honestly believe that we all have a common understanding of what racism is? And I'm trying to also tie it to the question I had before about intent. Do you think we all have a common understanding of what racism is?
I don't think we have an understanding of we don't all necessarily have a full understanding of what racism is, because we live in a society where it's been normalized for so long that that inequity and injustice on other people's lives is something that is normal. And so I think that we don't all fully have an understanding. However, I also believe that in terms of us understanding racism, there's this notion that doesn't fully entail how racism plays itself out in society holistically, which is the reason why we don't all have a full understanding of what racism is. Because we believe that racism is, there's this notion that racism is only where it's direct, where you have a white individual that directly offends a black individual and uses certain words to directly offend them. And I believe that many people and many individuals within society only necessarily believe that that is racism, and are quite oblivious to the fact that racism is economic. Racism is directly using certain words to describe someone, like, for example, using the words dry and dull to describe a black woman's hair, as opposed to the adjectives that are used to describe a white woman's hair, which often are quite positive, and often the adjectives to describe a black woman's hair are often quite negative. And I don't think we have that understanding that that in itself is racism as well, because the understanding of that notion is directly from racism. And so I believe that the reason why we don't all have a direct understanding of how racism plays itself out in the many facets of our everyday lives within society is primarily because we haven't clearly defined it as well. We've shied away from clearly outlining it and defining it. And so we've defined it as a very small interpersonal thing that happens between individuals, directly offending each other than something that plays itself out in our everyday lives and in the many facets of our lives.
And whose obligation do you think it is to define what racism is? And should we have a uniform understanding of what it is? So we said that we do not have a common understanding of it, but what is there need to have a common understanding, and whose duty and obligation is it to formulate that understanding?
In the country we live in, I believe that it's all our responsibility and obligation to define that, because I don't believe that a certain group of people, it should solely be their obligation to continuously define that. I believe that every single citizen in the country is obligated to be part of defining that, because in defining that, we're able to forge ways and paths of bringing forth justice and obviously bringing forth change. So I believe that it's all our obligation to be defining that. So it does not solely lie on a single group of people to continuously define that. I believe that it's all our obligation. Thank you.
Give me a lot to write. Based on that, Zuleki, you'll find people saying that, and on my reading, based on what was happening in your high school, there were a lot of people who were saying that, in essence, we are hiding we're not focusing on social issues. We're hiding social issues under the guise of racism. We should not be focusing on racism as South Africa. We should be focusing on other things, right? So racism should not be an issue. We are how many years ahead in democracy, and. For instance, maybe in your school they would have said, this is a school for learning. We should not be focusing on here. People are here to learn. So what is then the importance of driving the message of how racism could potentially intersect with other social issues, as you've said, economic ties, and. So what do you say, and how do you respond to those who then say racism is not an issue, and if it is, we should not be focusing on it as our primary issue?
I believe for South Africa, racism is a primary issue, because our lives, our daily lives, every facet of our lives is constructed on the basis of what race we are in a country like South Africa. For example, to clearly outline what I'm saying is that when you talk of other social issues, racism directly intersects with almost every facet of our lives. where we live is on the basis of what race we are, because where we live is on the basis of our economic status. And our economic statuses are directly defined by what race we are. For example, if you are an individual who is exposed to generational poverty and you are still within the cycle of poverty, you are still an individual who cannot access running water within their house, cannot access electricity within their house. You are an individual that is exposed to the worst kind of conditions of living, and you live in a rural area or a township, for example. You look at what has caused that, what has brought every single generation that has come before you and has brought you to be part of this cycle. When you look at that, you have to go through your past and you define what then has brought your entire generation to those conditions. And you look at those, you bring in the historical element of your great-grandparents were subjected to that primarily because of the racist apartheid regime, and you directly inherited that because its remnants find itself present in our current society. And that then brings it to the point of race. And then to tie in a personal example, speaking of what took place in Pretoria High School for Girls, yes, there were responses of why is it so important that we discuss a bunch of girls' texture of hair? Why are we discussing a hair issue? It was more than a hair issue. It was more than a hair issue, because then when you say to a girl that looks like me, a girl that has hair that looks like mine, or a girl that has dreadlocks, and you say to her, you are not allowed to be within this kind of a school, you are not allowed to be here because of the texture of your hair that naturally grows out of your scalp like that. You haven't done anything to make it look like that. It naturally grows out of your scalp like that. And you say to her, you're not allowed to be here because of the kind of hair you have. That then directly takes away one's human rights and one's constitutional rights, which they are entitled to be in any kind of school that they wish to be in, especially a school that offers the best kind of education, that offers the best kind of facilities, where you are exposed to every child having a textbook, every child having the facility required for whatever subject. For example, should it be required, you require a science lab. You have that there, and you are exposed to a school that is a school that has the best kind of standard of education, and you say to one, you are not allowed to be here because of that. That then is a direct enforcement of racism, because you are being taken out of something you're being taken out, and your rights are being taken away from you because of something that is naturally a part of your identity, which you cannot separate from your identity. And that then becomes a social issue, because you are not being afforded education which you are entitled to because of your rights, because of your identity. That then becomes your rights being taken away, and you throw that back to racism. And so racism is something that is part of our everyday lives, in every facet of our lives, because we've seen how that defines what kind of life you are going to live in the Republic of South Africa, and what kind of resources are going to be afforded to you, and how you are going to access those resources.
Okay, thank you for that. Following on that, just as a conclusion on this first end, there are then those that will say, but we are also entitled to freedom of expression, right? Within this particular context of racism. What would then be your response to that? Freedom of expression versus versus, let me just say broadly, versus racism. Following on what you've just said now.
There's a very fine line between freedom of expression and you being allowed to say what you want to say, you being allowed to express what you want to say. There's a very fine line between that and then when your remarks directly become racist and offend a majority of individuals, right? There's a very fine line between that. Yes, everyone is allowed to express themselves however they want. However, we also have a constitution that then protects other people from discriminatory remarks directly directed at them. And there's a very fine line between that. So I do believe everyone has freedom of expression. However, there's a fine line where you draw a line between, are you freely expressing yourself, or are you directly discriminating against a group of people? And I believe that that then should not be defined as freedom of expression, but then should be defined as racist remarks, which shouldn't be allowed to just find themselves openly being expressed because people have freedom of expression in the country. I believe that there's a very fine line where you draw freedom of expression and then there's racism being openly expressed, and I believe then that should not be allowed, because then it's no longer you saying what you want to say. It's now you openly discriminating against a group of people, and that's not something that we should directly just allow to be said because of freedom of speech.
Thank you. Let's just move now towards what brings us here today, looking particularly at the advertising sector. How do you define an advertisement? Oh, no, that's not what I want to ask. What is your understanding of how the advertising sector works? The client relationship, you touched on that. Somebody commissions an ad, there's a client, there's an agency. What is your understanding of how that process works?
My understanding from how that process works is a surface level understanding, due to the fact that I'm not directly within that particular space, or rather industry. But my understanding of it is that there's a relationship between a client which then commissions for an advertisement to be produced for a particular brand, and then comes an agency involved within that entire process, where the agency deals with the casting of the people within the ad, or the language which is used within the advertisement.
So on our research, during the process of going through the complaints that the Commission receives, we have found that in terms of the sector, there are things that are like target marketing, where they target ads for a particular group of people, maybe like something like using your cookies for Facebook, for instance, something like that, like target marketing, where you say, I'm placing a particular advert for a particular group of people, right? So you would have an ad X playing during a kids channel show because I am selling toys. So I would put that during a kids show, like a targeted advertising. Now, one would have an understanding that that could work two ways. You could have targeted marketing that can, where you're looking for, at a toy during a kids TV show, but then it could also be on the other end where you are using the data that you have procured on who watches a particular show in order to, and this is might be based on particular stereotypes, who watches a particular show at a particular time, and that's how you would work as an advertising agency, because you want to direct what you have to a particular group, as you have just said. Do you have any thoughts on whether this should be something that the sector should use, and its implication on stereotypes, racism, and how then the adverts reach a particular market?
In terms of what you've just asked me, I do believe that even when, in the case of target marketing, which is an important factor for them when producing ads, I do believe that as much as your ads are targeted to a certain target market, then there shouldn't be a need to then use stereotypical language and stereotypical gestures, which might find themselves in a place of being defined as racist, because those stereotypes are derived from a certain understanding of people, which is then which stems from a racist point of view where you understand a certain group in a certain way, and it's a notion that's passed around in society, which then brings you to the profiling of people in a racist manner. I do believe that as much as target marketing is an important factor where, for example, if you have an ad which is being produced for a hair company and it's targeted at people that buy from a certain shop, in your advertising, it shouldn't be necessary for you to use stereotypes which are going to offend people in a racist manner, because you've been taught that this is how you should understand a certain group of people.
As Commissioner has indicated that we might have a second sitting of this inquiry, and we would then want input from people who are from the sector, as you've indicated. They will then say, well, we are responding to society, or the question then is, okay, let me start again. There are then those who will say that are adverts responding to society, or it was society responding to adverts, right? I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. I'm saying, do adverts then create the stereotypes and the tones, or are they advertisements then a reflection of that? And who's the one at the forefront? Is it society, or is it the ones who are, or is it the advertisements and the agencies who are creating the advertisements that are then put out?
I believe that that it's not society coming up with the stereotypes based on the adverts. It's the stereotypes which are embedded within the messaging of the advertisements. And at the forefront are the people that release and produce these kind of advertisements, because it is them that script the languaging used within the advertisement, where you find the stereotypes, or rather the racial discrimination embedded within the advertisement. And then you have society responding to the advertisement. But at the forefront is the people that produce and release these advertisements. And within the language and the messaging of the advertisement is where you find the discrimination, or rather the stereotypes.
And based on that, do you then think representation matters? And to what extent does representation then matter?
I do believe representation matters above and beyond anything, because as an author myself, I believe that we come from a society where we've excluded African people, Black people for centuries and not just decades. We've excluded them, and we've also, in excluding them, that has then become the driving force of pushing the notion of making them feel abnormal as opposed to everyone else. And then that also then pushes the notion of the beauty standard, which has become an exclusionary framework, which we've excluded them from. And the reason why I believe that representation matters above and beyond anything is because we're not a one-sided, one-dimensional society where you have only a single group of people that should be defined as important and should be defined as the standard of humanity, and have them at the forefront of defining the standard of humanity. We're a very diverse society, and I believe that representation, when individuals see themselves reflected within advertising, within books, within whatever you have that you're trying to bring forth to society, it empowers people through seeing themselves reflected. Their existence is affirmed, and it not only empowers the people who see themselves within those advertisements, for example, but then it also empowers the other groups of people who then see a group of people who have been excluded for so long, and then they then see the importance of those people being part of the greater humanity. And so I believe that representation is extremely integral especially for the kind of society which we're trying to build, and especially for the younger generation, which will then occupy our future, for them to see themselves being represented, and for others to see them being represented, to understand that it's important that they're a part of greater humanity.
And whose responsibility is that, in terms of the of how we've defined the advertising sector? Who's responsible? Is it the client, the agency? Who's then, as you had defined it earlier on, who then is responsible, making sure that there is representation, there are no stereotypes and other microaggressions, etc., of racism and racism broadly? Who's then within this supply chain, if I can put it this way, who's then responsible according to you?
I believe that both parties are responsible. The client is responsible because the client then will say to an agency that this is what they want in an advertisement. The client is responsible to ensure that representation is something that is important to them in their ad. The client is responsible to making sure there is representation in that advert. And I also believe that it is also the agency which will then work on the producing of the advertisement to ensure that representation is something that is carried throughout the particular advertisement.
So you're saying both are responsible?
Yes.
And how would we go about holding them accountable? The client, in this end, client X, and the agency Y. How would holding them accountable and responsible in your eyes look like?
Are you asking me
In
the case of an ad that is discriminatory being
Yes,
released?
yes.
For me, how that looks is that we do need to hold the client responsible as well and hold them accountable for because the idea of the ad comes from them, and it is them who are also responsible for certain messaging, because the agency will always revert back to the client if the client approves of this advertisement and if they are happy with the advertisement before the advertisement being released. And should client agree on something that is discriminatory, I believe that they are to be held accountable for their actions. And I believe how they should be held accountable is that the particular individual who has allowed for the particular ad to be released under their own approval should be then held accountable for then being racist. And I believe that that individual, and I'm going to base this on my experiences in Pretoria High School for Girls, where we had an investigation where they were found to be racist, and there wasn't necessarily any accountability measures put in place or structures of accountability. I then believe that obviously the client is not just a single individual, but it is an entire structure and board of a brand. And so you have to have them going under inclusion trainings, not diversity trainings, because we know what diversity is. We see diversity in our everyday lives. They see diversity in meetings. I believe then it should be inclusion trainings, which are going to result in them having more inclusive boards rather, which would then obviously birth a more diverse language and messaging within and bring representation within their advertisements. So there should be trainings. And also I believe that they should be held accountable where their ads are completely removed, because you cannot have such language being broadcasted or being brought to society where it directly insults individuals. You cannot have that played out. So, and the brand itself should be directly held accountable, where it is ensured that there's a regulatory board that is going to regulate what kind of ads in future these brands are producing, and to ensure that from that point on they then produce advertisements which are representative of our society, where they're casting, for example, the models that they're casting a diverse group of models who represent our society and represent the reality of how our society looks, and the language within the language which is used for the messaging within those advertisements that is regulated by a board.
If we are to understand that an institution like a workplace is a microcosm of our society, would it then not mean that in the workplace, like in the agency that you're then referring to, or in the client group, the people who must okay the ad, that if we were to understand that in our society, based on racism, based on issues of transformation, that that there's certain people who are upper in the upper structures who okay things, and then there are people in the lower structures of the company who are doing different works, but they are not the ones who have the who are empowered to okay an advert in this context. And I'm basing this by saying, in essence, if we understand racism and other additional issues of society and how they can impact a workplace, would we then not say that in a workplace, in a company, in an advertising agency, in the client group, in this instance, we then do not have adequate representation, we do not have enough people, black people, around the table to address this issue should a racist advert come out, should an advert that is a problematic advert come out. What are your thoughts on that?
I do believe that within those client groups that you mentioned, within the structures that within a brand okay an ad and give approval to an ad, I believe that there isn't enough representation on certain structures within certain brands, because I think certain brands are still very exclusionary of black people, and even that is then reinforced in the kind of advertising that they have, which we've seen multiple times for certain brands. Advertising portrays the people within the advertising are usually blonde and blue-eyed, or the messaging is directed to them, right? And so I think that there should be more representation within those client groups that directly reflects the demographics of our society. There should be more black people within those structures that give approval to an advertisement. And I do believe that when there is more representation, we will see more advertisements that are more representative of our society when there's more representation, because I think that there is inadequate representation.
Is inadequate representation, okay. And based on that, there are then those who are going to, in a way, say, well, we should not be focusing on that. You work hard, you climb the corporate ladder, right? There are those who say blatantly that transformation is not needed, and that it's like a work hard, get paid, rise in the corporate ladder, right? That those on the other end or other spectrum of what you're saying. And so, what are your comments to that, and how it intersects to your previous answer?
My comments on that and how it intersects with my previous answers, based from my opening statement, is that we don't live in a society that is merit-based. We don't live in a society where you work hard, you will climb the corporate ladder, and you will be at the top. We don't live in a society like that. We live in a society where certain individuals have been granted an advantage from decades ago. They've been granted an advantage. They've been granted a start prior to certain individuals. And so we live in a society where also in that definition of work hard, not all people work hard in the same way in our society. In our society, you have certain people who have to wake up at 4 a.m., catch connecting modes of public transport to then compete with someone who has been able to access higher education without any worries of any historical student deaths, who has been granted a head start because of the background they come from, coming from a more privileged background. And then you have people who have not been granted a head start, who come from less privileged backgrounds, which are defined by being historically disadvantaged. And so we don't live in a society where it's so easy to say, work hard and you will climb the corporate ladder, and that's how you'll see representation. We definitely don't live in a society like that. We live in a society where people have been granted a get start before others and continue to access opportunities because of that privilege which they have. We live in a society where white privilege is something that controls the access to opportunity, the access to employment, and the access to promotions within spaces of employment and within workspaces within the corporate ladder.
And how do you think this this issue that we're now talking of representation in advertisements, racism, inadvertisement in a global context? Do you have any thoughts about how it about the global context of this particular issue, particularly relating to the advertising and marketing sector?
Could you kindly unpack that question more clearly for me?
Okay, so what is the influence of international, I don't want to particularly say international brands, but of like, okay, yeah, maybe let me use that. So what is then the impact of racism and racist ads within the global context, and how do they influence South Africa? So what happens in the UK, in the US, and we've seen how maybe the certain advertising agencies and certain brands have just caught on to particular issues, let's say, and have created marketing campaigns based on this in reflection of what is going on in that particular society, i.e. maybe like Nike it creates adverts based on what is currently going on, right? It will create an advert addressing a particular social issue, and that's a global brand. And I'm saying then in reflection of that and in the values that they are trying to create of an advertising agency, international advertising agency responding to social issues, what do you think should be the context in South Africa? Is there a responsibility for them to reflect on social issues?
Yes, I believe that there is a responsibility for national advertising agencies to respond on social issues, because advertisements, as I've defined previously, are now in the 21st century how we pass on messaging throughout society, how we pass on certain messages, and how we pass on certain ideas as well. And so it's so integral for there to be a responsibility to also pass on messages throughout advertisements, within advertisements that respond to social issues, because advertisements are a way of communicating for us currently with society. And because we don't live in that era where messages are passed through newspapers, or those the popularity of those has decreased since you have advertisements on social media, advertisements on YouTube and on television. So I believe that there is a responsibility to pass on advertisements that respond to social issues, because that's a form of how we communicate now, through advertising.
So you're then saying that brands, or I won't focus on big brands, but just brands should use what maybe broadly I would call conscious advertising, where you are conscious of what you are putting out, reflective of the society and the recipient and consumer on the other end. But to what end? Because let's say we then bring in an advertising agency at the next sitting, they will then say to what end are we? It then ties to that question that I said earlier on: who's ahead? Is it the consumer or the agency? and they will say they are reflecting on what the client wants, who then says they're reflecting on what the consumer wants. So to what end in this in this in this supply chain? Because we want to get to who is responsible, and you've answered that. But I'm now asking, to what end are agencies then responsible for that, or to what end is the brand then responsible for this?
I believe that they're responsible to an end where, if we talk about it's their responsibility to produce advertisements that respond to social issues. There are many ways to respond to a social issue, and even indirectly, whereby in terms of, for example, responding to a social issue, a social injustice like racism, it's their responsibility to ensure that their ads have representation with black people within those ads, and being reflected in a positive light, and being reflected in an inclusive and positive light. And that's how you can easily respond to a social issue like that, right? And that then obviously would bring us to a better place as well. And also, I believe that to an extent whereby the consumer, when you talk of they want to bring forth what the consumer wants to see, right? They want to bring forth what the consumer wants to see, right? Consumers want to see themselves reflected within advertisements as well. And consumers would like to see advertisements that speak on the current society, right? And I believe to that extent, they're responsible for also producing advertisements that respond to social issues, because the consumer wants to see themselves reflected within advertisements, and the consumer wants to see their society and what's happening in their society within their advertisements.
Okay. I'm sorry, the evidence leader. I'm noticing that then the witness voice is getting dry. So I just wanted to say, if she needs some water, she can ask for that. Thank you.
You can get some more water. Let me just give you a few seconds to drink that. Now before we go to the recommendations that you made, how do you then think hair overall is represented in a global context? How's hair, are the hair politics prevalent in South Africa, also prevalent are they prevalent internationally, and to what extent?
I believe that how hair is represented internationally is it looks the same as how hair is spoken of nationally as well, right? When you talk of, for lack of a better definition, hair politics, right? Those are directly tied to how it looks nationally, right? Because racism hasn't just only been a South Africa problem; it's been a US, UK, global injustice as well. And I believe that globally, we haven't reached a state where we can say African hair is being respected, is being seen in a dignified light, as it should be, is being seen as normal hair as well, and is being normalized to be seen within advertising. I don't think we've reached that state, because we still have issues globally, whereby in the UK, the US, where afros, dreadlocks, are extremely discriminated against and are seen as abnormal, as opposed to the other end of the spectrum, which is Eurocentric hair, are seen as abnormal and are seen as inferior towards that, and are not being seen in a positive light.
Okay. Alrighty. We're just going to go into the recommendations that you suggested. You spoke about there being, you spoke about the possible role of where the commission could come in. And you also spoke about there being accountability and a forum or a board of sorts that monitors or holds certain institutions accountable. You spoke about um, a document that sets out the framework of how agencies are supposed to function. I want you to then unpack this and then say, if on the other end, where does then, how does this then tie to freedom of expression? Is this then not confining the advertising or marketing sector to say produce only adverts that are within this line? Because I'll just give some background about why I'm asking. There are adverts that trigger Twitter, right, in a positive light, right? There are those that get people wondering, oh my goodness, I didn't think about 1, 2, 3, right? Those that are learning. So there are also adverts that push society, right? I don't want to name brands, but I'm just saying then, to what extent do we then have allow for creative freedom, if I can put it that way, freedom of expression and creative freedom, versus what we are now calling, what we could possibly deem as conscious advertising, where you are advertising reflective of the issues of the society or the market that you are then relating to. Now, this is based on your recommendations. Yeah.
Based on what I recommended, I don't think that that would then, for example, the document or the regulatory board which I recommended and proposed would then be confining the advertising industry to would be confining how they'd like to express themselves. I believe that it wouldn't be saying necessarily produce ads that look like this, produce ads that contain this kind of messaging. However, it would be a guideline to hold everyone accountable to their views, to say that there's a fine line between saying that you have freedom of speech, freedom of expression, but then now when you offend people within your freedom of expression, that can't be allowed. And that's not us saying that you are now confined to only speak like this, but it's saying that you cannot be racist in advertising because of the country we live in, or you cannot be sexist in your advertising, or you cannot be homophobic or discriminate against certain religions within your advertising, because we live in a society that is diverse, and you have to reflect that in your advertising. It would be a guideline to protect certain individuals from also being discriminated against within advertisements, not necessarily to hold the advertising industry confined to only expressing themselves in a certain way and holding them back from having freedom of speech. They can have freedom of speech, but equally in you having freedom of speech, that doesn't mean now you should be openly racist because you have freedom of speech.
And what then your recommendation about your recommendation around the training, no diversity training, but we need to have inclusion training, if I could put it that way. What is the difference, right? And would we then maybe deem it, is it what is popularly known as sensitivity training? So what is the difference between diversity training, inclusion training, and sensitivity training? Because that term is also used a lot in these training spaces, if I can put it that way.
Based on having been part of, or rather having witnessed a training itself, that's how I then came to specifically select the word inclusion as opposed to diversity, because I've then witnessed how a training which took place within my high school happened to look like simply telling the executives that you need to understand that there's afros and dreadlocks, rather than actually being a training that was very based on cracking solutions that look, when you draw up a policy should not discriminate against afros, because then you're directly discriminating against black people when you discriminate against Afros, right? And this is how you should, this is the kind of framework you should use, right? And this is how representation, you should be employing more black people to be part of your executive, right? Rather than them simply showing pictures of afros and dreadlocks, right? So my selection of the word inclusion was directly based on having witnessed a training of some sort take place, right? Based on racism that took place within an institution. And so how I define how the training would be appropriate to the advertising sector would be to obviously urge and push brands to the inclusion of more black people within their boards that give the approval, and also to push them to really deal with their messaging within the brand and what kind of messaging they're pushing within the brand, and unpack that critically, because we come out of a society where we've been taught, and it's been directly indoctrinated to people that you should see people as less inferior. Certain individuals, the majority of our country, is less inferior, and how that's been pushed in certain messaging, which has upheld certain brands as well, and certain institutions within our country. And so I believe that then, when you talk of an inclusion training rather than a diversity training, would be a training whereby you deal with the cracks of the scenario directly and critically, to say that looking into the boards that push for approval and give approval of the advertisements, and to look into them, how many black people are on those boards, and if it is an inadequate number of black people, it doesn't reflect how our society looks, push for the employment of more black people within those trainings, and within those trainings then deal with the board and how the board wants to push messaging for their consumers, that you should be pushing messaging that is inclusive of every single individual within the country. And this is how you do it, because rather than looking at diversity and unpacking diversity, because I believe diversity is something that can be seen, and inclusion is something that is more tangible, whereby you can actually say inclusion is bringing more black people, is creating ads that are not now going to exclude black people, or exclude or carry the beauty standard which is exclusionary, the beauty standard which has deemed whiteness as the main and seeing it as the standard of humanity and beauty, right? I believe that it's a more tangible thing to use, because you're not then looking into saying that this is how the nation looks, but rather you're dealing with criticizing it more on, are you including the whole entire demographic of our nation, rather than only one part of the nation.
And then on a recommendation, you spoke about the fact that in your opening statement that these are repeated issues. They come up very, very often. As the commission, we receive complaints, a lot of complaints based on racism in different spaces. How do we tackle this and make sure it is not something that is repeated and it comes up, reported in the media, dies down next week, we don't think about it for another 2 months, something happens, comes up, etc., and so that then becomes the issue. Instead, how do we make sure that this is always a conversation? How do you make sure that this, as you've always said, remains an issue, right? That it is always at the tip of our tongues and is not just something, an issue that fluctuates, if I can put it that way. How do we do that?
Yes. This is primarily why I spoke on the importance of accountability and how I defined accountability, right? Between using the two proposed recommendations I had. with a regulatory board, as well as this document that would be almost like a guideline of defining inclusion for advertising. Because I think that the reason why we've repeatedly seen this repetition of racist ads being released, and it continuously happening, where 2 years down the line, see another brand directly insulting black people, right? And it continuously happens, is because there's not enough accountability. And when I say that there's not enough accountability, what then happens is, particular brand is, as we see in society, particular brand X, is dragged on social media, then gets a slap on the hand, ad is removed from whether be it social media or television, and that's all that happens. There's no necessary, there's no direct accountability that specifically deals with holding the particular people that have released that ad accountable, and also in general hold the advertising agency accountable to release advertisements that are not going to discriminate against people in our country. Because in other industries and other professions, there are regulatory boards that hold those professionals accountability to ethical acting, and being ethical in a sense whereby they're going to uphold themselves appropriately, right? It holds them accountable to that, right? And should that then not happen, you see accountability being used in a form of job losses as well, and as well as direct accountability, whereby an individual is held accountable for their actions. And I don't think that we have that in the advertising agency, which holds the entire, not agency rather, sector, which holds the entire sector accountable to not releasing discriminatory advertisements. I don't think we have a board like that, which is why we've seen this taking place repeatedly, and brands only getting a small slap on the hand that don't do this again, and your ad is now going to be removed. And we haven't seen appropriate accountability, which then will push for this to not be repeated, right? Accountability such as the brand being directly held accountable for what they've just done, and action being taken against them, not just only the removal of the ad, and also us then seeing accountability structures for the entire sector to ensure that it doesn't happen with another brand, because the brand understands that this is how, this is inclusion, and this is how we should be, this is a kind of structure that we should be looking into when we produce ads. I don't think that there hasn't been anything like that, which is why we've always seen the repetition of this. And another element of why we've always seen the repetition of this is because in general we haven't had many accountability, well, we have the structures of accountability, but we haven't seen much accountability being taken against people that are found to have been racist. Like, for example, schools every single year are found to be racist within their policies, but we don't see that accountability happening before us, right? Which is why it's almost been made to be normalized that this is something that's going to happen. Racism will take place, and all that's going to happen is there's going to be a small slap on the hand. Don't do this again. And here's the Constitution. And South Africa is a diverse country, so don't do it again. We don't see the necessary accountability where they're directly held accountable. And I don't think that we've made racism such a integral issue whereby we're directly dealing with holding people accountable for it in the country in general, right? I don't think we necessarily see that enough, which is why it allows for, in certain sectors, for example, like the advertising sector, for it to be repeated, because in general, all people have gotten, also racist individuals who have perpetuated racism and have directly insulted black people in the country, is a small slap on the hand and being told not to do it again. We haven't seen enough accountability, which is why we still deal with the very social injustice, because accountability allows for there to be justice, and where there is no accountability, you cannot have justice, because the two, can't separate the two intersect with each other. And so where we haven't seen the necessary justice being given to affected masses, it allows for it to continuously happen.
Okay. And if you spoke about how certain sectors are regulated, there is a regulating body, and some you are obligated by statute to form part of the regulating body. Attorneys, you belong to the Legal Practice Council, you pay your fees. If if something goes wrong, there are sanctions, right? You can be struck off the roll. There are they're very high sanctions, and the consequences of deviating from what is set out in the Act are quite high. So if we are to imagine possible sanctions, you've mentioned one, that it's a slap in the hand to just take out the advert, right? But if there is a regulating body for people who form part of the sector, should it not be an obligation? Should it not be mandatory for people to register to a regulating body that you're now talking about, right? And that regulating body then has certain powers in terms of statute that says if this then happens, should you form part of an advert that is deemed by body X to be racist or discrimination, discriminatory in nature, etc., per statute, per law, based on legislation, these are the sanctions. You are struck off. You are given different sanctions. You close for 6 months, whatever. I'm not saying tell me what the other end could look like, but I'm saying if some sectors can be regulated by statute, should this one also not be regulated in a particular way by statute in the same way as other professions are?
Simply, yes, I do believe that it should be regulated in the same manner by statute as other professions, other sectors are, because I believe that that's how this regulator would be able to hold people accountable, be able to hold brands accountable, be able to hold advertising agencies, or so on and so forth, accountable appropriately if then it becomes mandatory and a form of an obligation to be regulated and form part of this body.
Okay, that's it from my end. I'll just give it to my colleague here to ask any additional questions.
Nicely. I won't be as long as my colleague. Well into my 30s, Zuleika. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. Zuleika, right?
Yes.
Well into my 30s, I'm blessed to have both my parents, who I'm sure they're watching right now. And up to today, they would text or call if they see me with an afro. If I send them a picture of myself and I haven't cut my hair, my dad would be like, "Why are you looking unkempt?" One of the first words, English words, I probably heard was unkempt. And it was always used in relation to my hair not being cut. Now I see the advertising industry full of those people. And the question I have for you is, if my dad had all the opportunities in the world to establish a company that produces hair clippers, why should his views on hair, on black people's hairs, not be conveyed through his adverts?
I believe with what you're asking me, I believe that when you use the example that you've given me, right? When, for example, you say when you're seen with your hair not cut and it's grown out more, right? Immediately, the very first adjectives are, "Why do you look unkempt?" And a couple of them may be, why don't you look professional? For example, you probably have heard that one. Or why don't you look neat, right? We need to directly look into what is the context of how we use these adjectives, right? Because sometimes these adjectives are simply as I would define pretty wrapping paper with a bow to cover up racism, right? Because we have certain adjectives which we use to describe black people's hair, which simply are is just wrapping, is pretty wrapping or cute wrapping to cover up racism. For example, unkempt, not neat, not professional, which is one that we've seen so many times where we're told, professional is straight. Professional is not curly, is not coiled, right? And so I believe that to answer your question, right, if he had the opportunity to produce clippers, why should his clippers not speak to black people's hair? What is the essence of him producing clippers? He's producing clippers for people to cut their hair, should they want to, right? He's not producing clippers for black people to cut their hair because black people's hair is defined to be unkempt. He's producing clippers for people to cut their hair on their own choice, right? And so that's why I believe that his advertising should not speak to directly black people's hair, because the clippers are being used as a tool to simply cut hair. That's it, right? And cutting hair should be one's choice, right? Shouldn't be on the basis of a certain hair texture is defined as unkempt, and therefore here are clippers, or here's an advertisement for a certain person or a certain group because their hair is seen as unkempt.
Now, here's the small difficulty. And I appreciate the chronology you gave us about hair and hair politics. The difficulty is this: just because at some point in time, growing your hair came from a racist idea that if your hair is an afro, it's dirty. Does it all the time now mean, if I as a person in 2022, I believe that I'm more neat when I have a haircut, does it mean that I believe that I'm neater with a haircut because I think an afro on me is dirty? Is that all? Is that racism? Am I being racist to myself? Is that not a legitimate view that I can have about how I look or about how my son looks without an afro? Is it?
So to answer your question, when you say that's the difficulty, right? I also then believe that in us then saying, right, in us as a society then understanding what neat looks like, we need to understand what neat looks like across all hair types, right? All hair types have their own definition of neat that is unique to the specific hair type, right? For example, if using myself as an example, right? If I, for example, did not wash my afro for months, for example, right? Or I just lied in grass, right? And now my afro has grass in it, right? I can then say, I don't look neat now. I need to wash my hair, right? Right? And that's me defining neat according on my own terms, right? I'm not defining neat on the basis of in general, my hair type is one that is not neat or it's uncontrollable, right? And for you to say also, is it not okay for you to have your own views to say that, okay, I prefer myself with a haircut because I feel that I look neat like that, right? That's your own specific preference, right? That comes from you. You're not being told to do it. It's not something that you're being pushed to have to do, right? It's a problem when you're being pushed to have to do it. It's your own preference, right? And I wouldn't necessarily say that that is then to be defined as a difficulty. I would then define that as a personal preference rather, because you're then saying, personally, you feel neater with a haircut, which is why you're going to get a haircut, right? Which is what you directly said. You said I in the sentence, which makes it then your personal preference. You didn't say, I was told or I was made to believe, right? And so I then believe that that's not then a difficulty, it's a personal preference, which everybody is entitled to their own personal preferences.
Then why can't I then sell my hair clipper, or my dad sell his hair clipper, to people who have the same belief as him, who believe that having an afro is being unkempt? Why can't he then message the selling of that product to those people?
That then, you see that very question, that rather I would then say that why is it in his messaging he's carrying that belief of afros are unkempt, right? I believe that going back to my first answer around the hair clipper, right, that then in general when you're selling a hair clipper, right, when you sell to a bunch of consumers, it's up to them who's going to buy your hair clipper, because your hair clipper is there. It's there in the market, right? And then it's on the basis of choice, right? You can't then say, because I have this view for myself, I want to now use my own view to carry out a message in my marketing for my hair clipper, right? Because then you are going to offend people by saying, for example, let's say this hair clipper was an actual product, and this brand of hair clippers, Hair Clipper X brand, right, is now going to produce an ad where they're going to then directly say, hair clippers for sale because afros are unkempt, right? That then is offensive, right? And that then you cannot do, because now you are selling a hair clipper in general. It's up to your consumers who wants to purchase that hair clipper. You can't then take those views, because your personal views could then directly offend a group of people. When you do that, it could offend people who have afros, right? Which it will, right? And which is why you can't do that, because you are selling a hair clipper, and therefore you should directly just be selling your hair clipper, and your messages should be around hair clippers and should be around the purpose of why you created a hair clipper. You created a hair clipper for when hair grows out. Here is a solution to should you want to cut the hair that has grown out, right? So you can't then do that, for example, because you're going to offend a group of people, and that then is a problem, right? Am I clear in how to justify this?
You are. Sorry, before the comment, I just have the thrust of my questioning. I just need to, because I'm there now. Here's the the point where I was going. Be a view out there. Is it still there? Okay. There might be a view out there that anti-racism activists and social justice activists like yourself use the word diversity as a punchline. Because surely diversity should include people like my dad who believe that having an afro is unkempt. Diversity should include people like my dad selling their products to consumers who also have the same beliefs as them. It shouldn't be that social justice activists like yourselves dictate to people like my father how to sell their products. How do you respond to that view?
That view goes back to one of the questions your colleague asked, which I believe is quite similar. Going back to the view of freedom of speech, are we then confining people to tell them how to sell their brands, right? I don't think so at all. However, what we're specifically saying is that in the selling of your brand, in the messaging of your advertising when you sell and market your brand, it is wrong. It is a problem when you discriminate against people. It then becomes a problem. We're not necessarily telling you how to sell a brand. And to say then that diversity then includes people with views such as afros are unkempt, so here's a hair clipper, and you can't tell me how to sell my brand because this is my view, right? As I outlined, that there's a fine line between then you're saying freedom of speech, and when your freedom of speech, which you're expressing, then becomes offensive, right? There's a very fine line between that, and it goes back to how I answered your colleague's question. It wouldn't be telling brands how to sell their products. However, it's then giving a guideline that you should not be offending people in the selling of your brand, because that is wrong.
Is it on? It's fine. It's fine. Okay. The last question. Someone could say that activists such as yourself claim to want to live in a diverse society. However, that you don't fully understand what living in a diverse society means, because you continue to use the word offense, that adverts shouldn't offend us. We shouldn't be offended by this. But offense is literally the consequence of living in a diverse society. All views, all ways of life, all perceptions of society, all philosophies must exist at the same time, at the same place. That's what diversity should mean, right? And so how do you respond to the view that you claim you want a diverse society, but you don't want a diverse society because a diverse society would offend you? What you want is to live in a world where your view, your way of viewing black hair is the only one that exists in society. How do you respond to that?
I respond to that is with a very clear response that, and I'm going to give it from my own view, right? I don't want to live in a diverse society. However, I want to live in an inclusive, anti-racist society, right? Whereby I'm not saying that certain views cannot exist. What I'm directly saying and what I'm directly advocating for is inclusivity and for anti-racism, and for racist views to not be then projected in advertisements, right? That's what I'm saying. And not saying that I'd like to live in a diverse society. Therefore, let us all exist with all our views and all our opinions, and offense will be a consequence of that then, which is why I clearly stated inclusivity and anti-racism rather.
I see that we're getting a little bit late. The witness has been put on the stand for quite a long time. And when I check, our next witness has to start at 11:15, and it's already 11:05. So what I'm suggesting is that I give the panelists a chance to put a few questions to the witness, so that we must not be late in terms of time. So if I perhaps can start with a question. My question would be, Zaleka, we have a very good constitution which contains all the provisions that are against racism, that are against discrimination, and legislation that in fact prohibits racism and discrimination. Now, my question to you is, why do you think this question of racism and discrimination in the advertising industry, persist, and perhaps is profitability perhaps also a factor? Do you think is profitability also a factor in the persistence of racism and discrimination in the advertising industry? As you know, they say the love of money is the root of all evil. So can you comment on that one? What drives this racism and what do you think? Why?
I believe that some of the advertisements we see are a direct reflection of our society and the views that we have in our society, and these views derive specifically from certain forms of indoctrination we've all had to undergo in terms of how we look at ourselves, right? And I think that what drives some of these ads, and what continues to drive some of these incidents that happen, is that because, for example, if I was to give an example to unpack this more clearly, right? In the hair in talking about hair, we've all at some point in our lives been indoctrinated to believe that dreadlocks, afros, are an inferior texture of hair, and that's always been something that's been pushed into even like advertising agencies because of it's reflecting us as a society, because we haven't moved past that as a society, which is why I think sometimes it continues to happen, is because it's a reflection of us as a society and a reflection of what has upheld our society and what is still attached to our society.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Banyoni, any questions?
Thank you, Chairperson. Once more, good day, Zuleika. I'm going to be very brief, be mindful of the time. But I want to emphasize that we have been listening to you attentively. Everything that you have said, we have taken into consideration. But my starting point will be, do you agree that racism is wrong?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And then I want to only focus on your solution. You were saying that there is no longer requirement for diversity training, but only inclusivity training. Have you thought, when you were recommending to say that maybe there should be a board, but there is the South African Human Rights Commission, as the chairperson has alluded to, that it has got powers in terms of the the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the South Africa Human Rights Commission Act, and also another act which is called PEPUDA, stands for Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination. Now, having said that, don't you think that the Human Rights Commission has got sufficient powers to deal with this racism to the fullest? You know, the Human Rights Commission, as one of the Chapter 9 institutions, are called the watchdogs, that there should be no violation of human rights. And to make an analogy of a dog, when a person contravenes a home stage, the dog starts by barking, warning that person to stop doing something wrong. And then if the person ignores the barking of the dog bites. Can't the Human Rights Commission also start by barking, warning this racism in advertising? And if those agencies are not accepting the warnings, then the Human Rights Commission can resort to its biting powers. That's my only question, Zuleika.
When I thought of the recommendation I made, I did consider the existence of the Human Rights Commission and the powers which they have. And the reason why I thought about that recommendation outside the Human Rights Commission is I took a look at other professions and sectors in how outside the Human Rights Commission they have these regulatory boards which form accountability structures, which is why I thought of that recommendation particularly to carry out specific accountability as well. And I do believe that, like you've just asked, can the Human Rights Commission give out warnings, and when those are ignored, then use its powers to then ensure that the racism in advertising doesn't continue? I do believe so.
Thank you. And the last one, there is also a power to educate.
Yes.
The Constitution says so, that the Human Rights Commission has got powers, including the power to educate. Thank you. I'm done, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you. Professor?
Chairperson, thank you very much. I'm conscious of time, and the witness has been on stand for almost 2 hours. We want to salute you. We want to thank you. You have given us a lot to consider. I only have 2 follow-up questions. The first one is your answer to the question about whose obligation is it to define racism, and also, whether we should have a common understanding of racism. Your answer to both was yes. But of course, racism can mean everything and therefore nothing, right? But what are the parameters? I mean, should historical victims and historical oppressors have the obligation to define racism? I'm asking that in the context of a debate, and I want to hear your answer here. In this broad definition of racism, where everyone can define racism, where people say black people can be racist. I want to hear your stand on that debate. Can black people be racist? Because it happens that some of the offending adverts were created and okayed by black people. And therefore, it brings back this debate. Can black people be racist? I want to hear you there. Or is it just discrimination? The second follow-up question is your solution. You say no to diversity training, but yes to inclusion. I'm still not sure about the difference, Zonika. I don't want you to repeat your answer. It's been asked 4 times now, and you have repeated, and yeah, I'm getting there. I understand you a bit, but there's a problem with inclusion. The first problem is that, just by including black people on boards and in the boardroom and in, higher up structures, those black people could have internalized racism themselves. So is that a solution? Because that's some of the recommendations that have been made, not just by yourself, but by other players. Just include black people, right? The second problem with inclusion that I want to hear you on is that inclusion of black people does not lead to fundamental transformation, does not decolonize these structures. You are just including black people. So is inclusion the answer? Thank you, Chair.
To firstly answer your first question, can black people be racist, right? In terms of how I define racism, according to how I view our country as well, I don't think black people can be racist, because I believe that black people still continue to be economically oppressed, and therefore racism, one of the biggest things that gives racism power, right? Just in general as a structure, not talking in the context of why we're here today. Racism in general, one of the things that continues to give it power is economic power, access to capital, and that's one of the things that I believe continues to give it power, and that's something that black people still till today do not have power, do not have economic power. Many don't. I'm talking in terms of majority. Yes, there is an existing class who have power and who have access to wealth, but in terms of the majority, they don't, which is why I don't believe that they can be racist when they still continue to still be oppressed, right? And when you talk of, yes, there are black people who okayed those ads, there are black people who have undergone internal racism as well, and also will still continue to view themselves as inferior people. There are black people who today still don't even, still view themselves as inferior, will still put themselves in an inferior position by choice, which is primarily because they've been indoctrinated and they have undergone internalized racism, where that's also another problem, right? And I do not think that the only solution is inclusion. And yes, I spoke of inclusion. However, I don't think that's the only solution. That doesn't entirely decolonize the corporate system, which plays a big factor in advertising within the agencies and within the clients. I don't think that only solves the problem, because like you said, in which I agree with you, is that there are black people who have undergone internalized racism and project that internalized racism out to society, right? I don't think so, right? If I were to speak on decolonizing the system, right, the reason why I made inclusivity an important point, right, is because it also paves the pathway to then also opening room for the reconstruction of the frameworks. It forges the path. It's not the solution, but it forges the path.
Okay,
We're
thank you. Well done. What time is it now?
It's now 18 past 11.
18 minutes past 11. Suggesting that we have a comfort break for what, 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
15 minutes, please.
Okay, 15 minutes. It has been a long stretch, I agree. For 15 minutes, for health reasons, must remember the Human Rights Commission also is mandated to look after the health of people. So 15 minutes, I agree. And what we do is, we have had the witness, and then really she has been on the stand for more than 2 hours, and then we excuse her. And then when we come back again, when we gather again, then we'll be hearing our second witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll be calling now the next witness, which is priceless. And before he gets to the stand, we'll ask Commissioner Banyoni to administer the oath.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Amongst the two of you, who is going to give evidence? Okay, thank you. I'm administering the oath, and then before doing that, I have to determine whether or not you've got any objection towards taking the prescribed oath. Some people have got an objection of taking the prescribed oath based on religion. But if you've got no objection, be so that you can take the oath. May I find out from you, do you have any objection?
No, I don't. I'm happy to ask, Commissioner.
But only one person can speak. Who's going to give evidence?
Commissioner, we prefer that both of us give evidence today. Is it going to be problematic to have two witness statements?
Not at all, as long as you don't speak at the same time.
That's 100% Commissioner, and we did submit two independent sworn statements.
Okay, right. May I start with you, lady on the left-hand side? Your full names?
Commissioner, I'm Petronelle Kruger. My full names?
Petronelle Kruger. Do you swear that the evidence that you shall lead shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that is the case, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The second person, your full names.
My full name is Mikateko Mafrieta.
Do you have any objection towards taking the prescribed oath?
No, I do not, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence that you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that is the case, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Both of them, they are duly sworn in, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Then I'm going to call the evidence leader to take the floor.
Hello, can you hear me? I know we had a small discussion before we started, but I just wanted to confirm that I can call you Ms. Mafuyeka and the other one Ms. Kruger. Could you two introduce yourselves to the panel and everyone here?
I'll go first. My name is Mikateko Mafrieta. I am a researcher at the South African Medical Health Research and Center for Health Economics and Decision Sciences, Priceless for short. And I welcome all the members of the commission to refer to us as Priceless.
If I may just explain, evidence leaders, keep your microphone open and then make sure that when you speak not very far from the microphone. It will pick your voice. Thank you.
Fantastic. Am I audible?
Yes.
Great. So I'm Petronelle Kruger. I'm also with Priceless SA in short, so that we don't cause too many dry throats based on saying our name. Just to clarify, is now the time for us to just quickly read into the record our credentials for being here today?
I appreciate that, please.
Fantastic. So after I speak, I'll allow Ms. Mafuyeka to just expand a little bit on her introduction. So the reason I'm here today, Honorable Commission, legal officers, and extended members of the Human Rights Commission, is that we've actually led similar submissions to the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies on their new audio and audiovisual services white paper, which might just be important to mention at the moment. The Commission should take note of, as it purports to overhaul the South African communications landscape, which of course is very important if we're going to be talking about advertising, or we prefer the term marketing, or commercial communication, whatever is the preference of the Commission. We're going to make submissions based on the disproportionate impact of advertising of unhealthy foods and beverages, to several groups, and Ms. Mafuyeka will expand on that in a moment. Just by way of our credentials to be here, I am a technical advisor for UNICEF's regional body on nutrition, specifically adolescent nutrition, as well as along with a wonderful group of multidisciplinary researchers, a technical advisor on front-of-pack labeling and marketing restrictions to children in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, and Ghana. Amongst other things, what we want to contribute to this discussion is original research that we've been undertaking in relation to the marketing landscape of South Africa. Amongst other things, we've completed a study of just under 2,000 social media advertisements of unhealthy food and beverages, as well as conduct what we term key informant interviews, which is effectively just very in-depth interviews based on an evidence-based questionnaire with several important bodies involved in marketing in South Africa, which would include policymakers, specifically for our purposes, the Department of Health, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, several independent regulators of marketing in South Africa, particularly the Advertising Regulatory Board, ICASA, the BCCSA, as well as independent media experts, clearly not that audible, independent media experts and even members of industry, specifically for our purposes, the food and beverage industry. And while we're going to make submissions that unhealthy food and beverage advertisements in fact leads to a discriminate outcome, we also believe that our research in general has identified some broad transferable lessons for how we can regulate marketing in South Africa. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Ms. Mafuyeka, just to expand.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger. I hold an LLB and an LLM from the University of Pretoria. I'm also an admitted legal practitioner of the High Court of South Africa. I am currently a member of the Southern African Region Food Marketing Systems Group, as led by UNICEF, as well as a project coordinator for the Global Diet and Activity Research Network. This is a partnership between UN Habitat, the University of Cape Town, Universidade Federal Jimenez Gracias, University of West Indies, University of Lagos, the Kenya Medical Research Institute, and the University of Cambridge. My work at Prices is basically policy and health analysis, and you analyze what we call best buy. So best buy is basically a term that was termed by the World Health Organization, and it refers to cost-effective policies that have the highest impact on health benefits. Some previous work on best buy that we have completed as Prices include modeling, or the modeling used by the Department of Health for the purpose of adopting and implementing the sugar tax, technical assistance with the South African salt restrictions, and the foundational work for what we hope will be the future national health insurance.
Thank you. And I know you've covered it in your introduction, but could you just tell us more about Priceless South Africa? When was it established? How long has it existed? For what purpose was it established? And we need the recording of this, so let's be patient.
You'll just let us know. Okay, fantastic. Okay, just doing an audio check. Okay, fantastic. That I can hear the difference. Yes, so Prices South Africa is a research to policy unit established about 17 years ago, and it's now accredited as an extramural unit for the South African Medical Research Council. Effectively, we have a team of multidisciplinary scholars whose purpose is to try and improve health policy across South Africa. That includes anthropologists, economists, and then today the lawyers. And as Mikateko has indicated, we really specialize in what we call best buy, sometimes as determined by the World Health Organization, but also sometimes health policies that our individual research has led us to identify as really important to promote the rights of South African people. And perhaps most importantly for our purposes today, a lot of our research centers around non-communicable diseases. I know with COVID we all took a bit of a detour into the communicable disease side of life, but really we're very concerned with trying to reduce the amount of non-communicable diseases that South Africans are currently experiencing. And just by way, and potentially by way of short shocker, currently South Africa, over 50% of deaths in South Africa is attributed to non-communicable disease.
Could you then now take us through your, because I know you have prepared a submission for the panel, for the commission. Could you just take us through that submission? As we said before, just as slowly as possible so that our interpreters can do what they have to do as well.
Thank you. Okay, so today we want to make 4 submissions. Just adjust the mic. I will be dealing with the first 2, namely that there is a clear evidence-based link between marketing unhealthy foods to children and the rise of non-communicable disease, and secondly, that NCDs disproportionately impact women and children, differently abled persons, and the poor. My colleague Petronelle Kruger will talk about some broader observations on the South African marketing landscape, and finally, she will provide recommendations based on the evidence our research unit has generated. For the benefit of us sharing a very joint vocabulary, I want to say 2 things. Non-communicable disease is a medical condition or disease which by definition is non-infectious. It is often significantly impacted by diet and nutrition. Secondly, NCDs are the highest health threat to the current world. More than 70% of deaths worldwide are caused by NCDs, and South Africa is not excluded from this. But to quote Ibrahim Samudeen from the Medical Research Council, while South Africa may be known for its big 5 animal species, we are actually home to the big 5 NCDs, namely heart attacks, cancers, diabetes, respiratory illness, and mental health disorders. While SA battles with undernutrition, or as commonly known as hunger, more than 27% of South Africans are obese, which is a significant risk factor to all 5 NCDs. Which leads me to my first submission, which is that the marketing of unhealthy food and beverage has been clearly shown to have an impact on rates of overweight and obesity. There are several negative effects of advertising unhealthy food to children. In 2019, Systematic Review, which in other words is basically a study that aims to summarize several other studies of 51 independent academic studies on the impact of marketing to children, found that the average child exposed to unhealthy food marketing consumes more food in general and is more likely to choose to eat unhealthy food options. A 2017 study found that children who were presented with unhealthy food advertising versus children who were presented with non-food advertising consumed 48 more calories a day during lunch. That means that watching advertisements for junk food had children eating the equivalent of 1 extra Big Mac burger every 6 days during lunch only. The research is not controversial. We have heard this on several occasions from the World Health Organization, the United Nations, our own Department of Health, and the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, especially in relation to the protection of rights of children. Having laid down the foundation, I would now like to draw the Commission's attention to the 3 groups that we submit this form of marketing discriminates against. The impact of non-communicable disease disproportionately impacts women. Russia, in their 2001 study, and other several studies and surveys have indicated that gender disparity in overweight and there is a gender disparity in overweight and obesity rates. A review of 218 studies identified that women are almost have an almost 3-fold increase of the risk of obesity as compared to men. The 2014 South African National Health and Nutrition Survey report indicated that women over the age of 14 are overweight. To put this into percentages, that's 39%. The report also showed that 20 are obese, and this is as opposed to 25% of men, whom only 11 are obese. The same trend also exists for girls and boys. 17% of girls are overweight. This compared to 12% of boys is a cause for concern. The report further showed that 7% of girls are obese as opposed to 5% of boys. This disparity has been echoed in several other local South African studies. Now we're going to look at how non-communicable diseases impact on differently abled persons. Before I move to discuss the impact on differently abled persons, we are aware that there are different preferences in terms of how we refer to people living with disabilities. For the purposes of this submission, we have elected to use the term differently abled persons. In our written submission, we use the term disability to echo the language of Perpuda and the Constitution. When we look at the impact of NCDs on differently abled persons, there is a two-way association between NCDs and disability. Studies have shown that NCDs are often cause of disability, and differently abled persons might be more vulnerable to NCDs. Disability has been proven to be a risk factor for NCDs also. The cause of the disability and the NCD sometimes may be the same. Disability can modify behaviors to increase the odds of contracting NCDs. For example, cause less physical activity. They can also impact one's access to transportation to health facilities and access to infrastructure within health facilities. This experience has been observed in other South African studies as well. The impact of non-communicable diseases disappropriately impacts on the poor. When we look at the impact on poor people, there is a direct link between poverty and poor health. Lower income individuals are more likely to be unable to afford healthy foods and to be disastrously impacted by expensive health treatments. Financially vulnerable people often report not seeking health care for financial reasons, which can lead to increased severity of the disease and earlier death. When breadwinners and caregivers suffer this increase or fatal consequences, the entire household can be impacted. The 2014 SA HENS report also showed that the highest prevalence of obesity is seen in Black African women in the lower income bands. The disparity in impact violates the Constitution and Perpuda. The highlighted disparities violate the Constitution and the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act. Section 9 of the Constitution clearly provides that the state or private parties may not unfairly discriminate against any persons on the grounds inter alia of age, gender, sex, race, or disability. This prohibition applies to direct and indirect discrimination. Any discrimination based on these grounds is deemed unfair until the contrary is proven. Perpuda further provides that prohibited grounds for discrimination include any ground where discrimination causes or perpetuates systemic disadvantage. Discrimination includes any act or omission, including a policy, law, rule, or practice which directly or indirectly imposes a disadvantage or withholds an advantage on these grounds. To summarize my verbal submission, the evidence clearly shows that women, girl children, differently abled persons, and the poor bear the brunt of the health issues associated or caused by consumption of unhealthy food and beverages. The advertising thereof contributes to this, whether directly or indirectly, and something needs to be done. On this note, I will hand over to my colleague, Ms. Kruger, to make the rest of our submissions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mafieka. And maybe just to reiterate, really our first point of departure here is that non-communicable disease is a catastrophic event for South Africa, and that we are convinced that it meets the threshold for unfair discrimination in terms of South African law. However, be that as it may, we believe that more broadly, our research can assist to identify certain gaps in the current South African marketing landscape and potentially to provide certain evidence-based interventions that the Commission can consider. As a point of departure, we just want to highlight that we've been working fairly closely with players within the marketing industry, And while we're going to be making submissions today, identifying certain gaps, when we make those submissions, it is not an attack on an institution or the persons who man those institutions. We have spoken with these individuals, and it's quite apparent that they are attempting to deliver best efforts to protect the South African people from harmful content. However, there are certain institutional gaps that have to be addressed and externalities, hence us sitting here today. We're going to identify 4 gaps that we think the Commission should consider, specifically in relation to the Advertising Regulatory Board's functioning, and we'll go into that in a little bit more detail, and 4 policy recommendations. To perhaps steal a phrase from my colleague Ms. Mafuyeka, so that we share a joint vocabulary, I want to draw a distinction between commercial content regulation, the regulation of scheduling, and then substantive or program regulation. Commercial content regulation is what we're referring to here today, which would be the images, sounds, and implications that we see in what we deem advertisements, or more broadly, marketing. The regulation of scheduling relates to when certain advertisements or even programs are allowed to be broadcast or aired. So a very practical example would be content or scheduling, the regulation of scheduling rather, would determine that an alcohol advertisement cannot play while your child is viewing Takalani Sesame. And then finally, we have program or substantive regulation, which deals with the product that the consumer of media is actively tuning in for. So this would be soapies, your favorite radio DJ's commentary on the game yesterday, a film. And an example of this form of regulation would be the Film and Publications Board determining, for example, that a movie should be rated 16 because of certain content issues like violence and nudity. And the reason we think it's important that we understand that these are different issues is our work has revealed that there's a fiction, that there is a variety of bodies regulating the marketing landscape in South Africa. In reality, the only true broad-based regulator of marketing or advertising content in South Africa is the Advertising Regulatory Board. We'll make certain statements in relation to certain ad hoc bodies that deal with technical legislation, but in effect, if one has an issue with a specific ad, you lodge a complaint with the ARB. And therefore, we'd like to raise 4 concerns we have with the ARB's current functioning. Again, we reiterate, concerns we believe the ARB would share with us, and concerns that are currently outside of their power to correct. The first very big problem with the ARB's functioning is that it is completely voluntary to be a member of the ARB, which simply means if I do not want my marketing content to be regulated, I withdraw from the ARB. No questions asked. Also, members of the ARB fund the ARB on an ad hoc basis. In other words, I elect to be a member, I decide to make a donation to the ARB, and that is it. There's no specific membership fees that are levied, and it's not transparent. Again, the ARB does publish specific funders, and it's possible to see online which corporations did make donations, but this creates certain concerns. If membership is negotiable and attached to a certain monetary value, can we truly view that as an independent body? Again, this is a perception problem. Is the Code of Advertising Practice, so this would be the document that the ARB administers to determine whether or not an ad breaches their internal rules, can that be deemed truly independent if sign-on is voluntary? Is a decision truly independent if you're a known funder of the body that makes that decision? And then finally, is the sanction that is levied truly as severe as it should be? And then one would wonder, but what happens if this party withdraws? Does the money go with it? And really,
This stems from an institutional problem that the ARB cannot correct, and that is that the ARB has incredibly limited recognition in law. We can find only one reference to the ARB in law, and that's Section 55 of the Electronic Communications Act, which also actually refers to the Advertising Standards Authority, which is the predecessor of the ARB. And last year, the High Court took this section and gave it an incredibly narrow interpretation, which effectively defanged the ARB. There, at the moment, is no incentive to be a member of the ARB. This needs to be rectified. The second concern we have with the ARB's functioning is that it cannot broadly apply laws and regulations. And I'm going to use a practical example to explain. Under the Foodstuff, Cosmetics and Disinfectants Act, there is a regulation called Regulation 991. And this relates to the regulation of conduct around, amongst other things, how one markets infant formula. Some persons in the room might know this as breast milk substitutes, but we do not prefer that term. Under this regulation, certain conduct in relation to foodstuffs aimed at children under 3 is prohibited. If I, as a member of the public, see an infant formula producer breaching this regulation, I cannot approach the ARB. I have to approach a separate body in the Department of Health. Practically speaking, this causes a lot of concerns, which I have experienced myself trying to lodge complaints. Firstly, accessing R991 and identifying what the prohibited conduct is clearly is difficult, especially for ordinary South Africans. The body where one is then to lodge the complaint is inaccessible, with lots of obstacles procedurally to overcome. The ARB, in contrast, has an online form in which I can lay out my complaint in plain language. Secondly, these specialist bodies that regulate or that have the ability to institute sanctions based on special regulations are housed within broader departments. That means that they do not necessarily have the institutional capacity to deal with some of these complaints. They might not necessarily have the internal staff to adhere to certain procedural requirements for these complaint mechanisms. And then finally, as these complaint bodies are lodged within other departments, there are serious resource constraints. Again, I'll use the example of R991, which is housed in the Department of Health. The Department of Health, naturally, after COVID, had to reallocate resources severely. I'm sure we've all followed the news. It is therefore very difficult to have the Department of Health have the available capacity to make determinations on this specific regulation. This is not intended as a critique for the Department of Health, but merely to state that government departments are often resource constrained. There is an alternative body with the built-in resources and institutional capacity to deal with these complaints. Our third concern is the current sanctions, which the previous speaker has alluded to. And we really like the connection made between accountability and justice. Without sanctions, prohibited conduct will not cease. At the moment, the ARB effectively has the sanction power to request a marketer to remove an ad. If the marketer does not remove the ad, they can approach the broadcaster or whoever houses the specific media. They do not have a compliance or broad monitoring mechanism. That means this fairly weak sanction power is also coupled with the fact that they are reactive. In other words, they rely on members of the public and other industry bodies to complain about advertisements. The reality, in which our respondents in our studies have identified, is that when the ARB gets involved, industry simply withdraws a problematic advertisement, rejiggers it a little, and publishes again, with the hope, and oftentimes a true hope, that another complaint will not be lodged. And then our final concern is that the ARB doesn't have sufficient independence checks and balances. And we believe that the regulation of marketing is a public function and that this cannot go without these checks and balances. Previously, we mentioned the funding model, which is very problematic. And just to reiterate, funding is done based on industry's will to provide said funding. It is not transparent, it is not consistent. Secondly, there is no legally mandated conflict of interest laws that can ensure that personal or individuals, rather, of the ARB is not conflicted and not aligned with industry. This is a theoretical concern that we've raised and not something that has specifically been raised by participants in our study. And then finally, the Code of Advertising Practice is a voluntary code that industry negotiated. To quote a colleague of mine, the fox is in the hen house. Studies, time and time again, have found that these, what we call self-regulatory instruments or voluntary pledges, are drafted in such a way as to be very diluted. To go back to our specific field of study, which is marketing to children, oftentimes these voluntary pledges define children as persons under the age of 12 only. That leaves a massive gap for the protection of children between 13 and 18, who also potentially suffer from some of the cognition and conation concerns that marketing can raise, but who potentially even has more purchasing power and ability to influence families' eating habits. Secondly, even when these regulations are up to scratch, so to say, they are not frequently adhered to. A colleague of ours at our institution recently conducted a study evaluating a voluntary pledge of a massive SSB producer, in which they undertook to no longer provide marketing materials at primary schools in South Africa. 2 years after this pledge, in-school checks were done in schools in Johannesburg, and 1 in 3 schools still had marketing memorabilia from this company. And shockingly, 1 in 5 had it close to the gates of the school, where it is very clear and can impact children's eating behaviors. So what then can practically be done about these concerns that we've raised? 1, we need to legally recognize the ARB. A good opportunity, and that we set out in our submissions, is using this white paper by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies to in fact formally recognize the ARB. We suggested a simple amendment to the Electronic Communications Act, but there are various legal vehicles that we could use. Secondly, when we do recognize the ARB, we need to provide it with real sanction power. Again, this question was raised earlier in the Commission as to what kind of sanctions would work. We've seen from international practice that penalties based on turnover is oftentimes used, but we also have precedent for criminal sanctions in extreme cases. Third, membership to the ARB has to be mandatory. In other words, if you, as a marketer, markets any goods or services, you have to be a member of the ARB. Again, the previous speaker used the analogy of other industries, where there are bodies that regulate those industries, and the common denominator there is to practice in an industry, you have to be a member of that body. And we think that analogy holds for the ARB as well. And then finally, certain independence checks should be introduced. In the very least, and we think the most effective way to do this, would be to have partial or potentially complete government oversight over the Code of Advertising Practice. So in short, to have the government interfere with what is legally permissible in marketing. We do not think this is a freedom of expression concern. And I'm going to speak quite frankly. The government needs to step up to protect its people. If the public wants to see offensive, hurtful, and discriminatory conduct, government has a duty to step in and stop that. So we believe, for example, government can start by simple legal mandates. For example, in our field of work, a prohibition on child-directed marketing of harmful goods in legislation, which is then to be adopted in whatever would be akin to the Code of Advertising Practice, but with government oversight. And then finally, we just want to make a broad note of our practical concerns that we've now formulated based on our research. The marketing landscape in and of itself crosses various sectors because one deals with communication issues, technology issues, but also with the specific service and goods and whichever sector of government that falls under. So for example, with harmful food and beverages, we found that the discussions with the Department of Health has indicated that they have concerns whether or not they have the regulatory power to prohibit the advertising of these harmful goods. However, similar discussions with the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies find that they prefer taking technical lead from the Department of Health, as they do not believe they have the institutional capacity to make a call on harmful foods and beverages. We simply cannot let an overly fragmented and siloed view of how we regulate marketing cause the lives of South Africans to be placed at risk. We need to take a more comprehensive view of how we regulate marketing. We'd like to thank the Commission for giving us an opportunity to make written submissions and oral submissions. Again, we believe this is a very important matter and that government has a unique opportunity to protect the lives and health of South Africans with cost-effective, internationally aligned and evidence interventions, such as the restriction of marketing of unhealthy foods and beverages, in general, I would say, but particularly to children. We understand that the Commission will be given an opportunity to ask questions, and we'd also just like to note that we have 2 statements of support from colleagues at the University of Western Cape in the dietetics faculty as a way of supporting our our technical submissions that's found in the written statement. I'd be happy to read.
Could you please read it?
Absolutely. Right. The statement reads, I, the undersigned, Elizabeth Katerina Rina Swart, wish to present the following formal statement to the Human Rights Commission. I am a professor in the Department of Dietetics and Nutrition at the University of Western Cape with a specific focus on nutrition policy and programs to improve the nutritional status of all South Africans. Lately, much of my work has focused on obesity prevention, and as such, lead the research on the development and testing of a proposed front of package labels for South Africa to be applicable to packaged foods, high nutrients of concern, sugar, salt, and saturated fat. I'm also currently leading the consortium conducting a national dietary intake study of people living in South Africa, a tender from the National Department of Health. I've perused the submission of the South African Medical Research Council Centre for Health Economics and Decision Science, Priceless SA, as submitted on 31 January, and wish to indicate my agreement with paragraphs 3 to 7 and my support for the recommendations made in paragraphs 10 to 11. I'm available to respond to any queries at an email address given in the statement, which I will not read out loud. Signed at Durbanville on the 12th of March 2022. The second statement reads, I, the undersigned, Tamarin Karen Frank, wish to present the following formal statement to the Human Rights Commission. I'm a researcher at the University of Western Cape School of Public Health and specialize in obesity and non-communicable disease prevention. I'm a dietitian by training and hold a BAc in dietetics and an ME nutrition from the University of Stellenbosch. I'm a member of the research working group advising the South African National Department of Health on front of package labeling. I've perused the submission of the South African Medical Research Council Centre for Health Economics and Decision Science, Priceless SA, as submitted on 31 January, and wish to indicate my agreements with paragraphs 3 to 7 and my support for the recommendations made in paragraphs 10 to 11. Equally, she's available for queries at the email address which will be given to the Commission. Signed at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, on this the 11th day of March 2022. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Could I then seek to understand a few concepts that you put forward? And this may be simple, but just want you to understand that different people here. And I want to ensure that when I do ask my questions, I understood you fully. Let's start with just marketing and advertising. What is marketing and what is advertising? What's the relationship between the two?
All right, fantastic. Mekateko, I'll take this one. So advertising is a subset of marketing. Marketing activities is any non-personal communication in which there is some sort of compensation attached to it, which intends to either influence or inform the recipient. Advertisements are traditionally non-linear, i.e., I put up a billboard, you see the billboard, I don't know that you've seen the billboard. Marketing activities can be more broad. It can be two ways. So for example, if with your McDonald's meal, a really nice toy is included, and that could potentially sway a child to enjoy your brand more, that would be a form of marketing. Equally, when Casper Nyovest posts something nice on Twitter and it's retweeted by a famous food or beverage company, that is a way of engaging in marketing activities.
Thanks. I really appreciate that distinction. And then the second term I'd like you to explain. I know Ms. Mafuyeka read a certain provisions, but I just want a very simple understanding of the concept of discrimination. How do you understand discrimination?
Okay, so I'll say how I understand discrimination is you find that it can be direct and indirectly, as I mentioned in my submission. So, for example, if I am a woman or I am differently abled or I am poor, you'll find that I'm then not in a position, for example, to access certain things based on the socio-economic status that I find myself in, right? And then sometimes there might be external actors that fuel me being in that particular socio-economic class. So for example, most people might not even draw a link or a correlation between the marketing of unhealthy food beverages. But then the link that we're trying to draw is if individuals of a lower economic class could afford healthier alternative or healthier options, they would opt for those particular healthier options, right? However, the fact that they cannot, most of the time we find that those options are marketed more towards them, and then they find themselves consuming those unhealthy options even more than a normal person, right? A form of then maybe a direct discrimination is if I refuse to, I'll give an example of Kaba because this was quite in the media recently, refused to give black people admission to their restaurants. So if you make a booking under Mikateko Mafuyeka, then I will not give you admission, right? But then if you make your booking under John Smart or John Smith, then I'll give you admission into my establishment. You have therefore discriminated against me on the basis of race directly, which is a form of discrimination that most people didn't recognize. But then, like I said earlier on, there are other forms of indirect discrimination. So what we are trying to show is that or we're trying to do is just draw a link to say, okay, fine, these particular practices, the under or non-regulation of these particular practices does lead sometimes to direct and indirect discrimination against these groups that we've identified, women and children, poor people, or people who are differently abled. So hopefully that answers your question.
Sorry, Ms. Mafuyeka, without offending you, may I, with due apology, when you speak, I know it's a part of human nature. If you minimize the use of your hands, yes, because there is somebody who's using sign language, okay, and then I've been warned to say, whenever we use our hands, we may give a different message to the people who only rely on the use of the hands. When you do this, to them it may mean something different. Okay. And then I was also taught that to avoid that, maybe you keep your hands underneath the desk so that when you feel that itch of using the hands, you are
Yeah.
unable
Yes.
to do that.
Okay, not a
But
problem.
I just want to apologize. We all do that when we speak.
Thank
you.
you
Not a
very
problem.
much for that, Commissioner.
Yes.
For you.
Could you then, again, as clearly and simply as you can, link me putting up the advert of that delicious burger that according to some people might be unhealthy with discrimination?
Ms. Crew, do you want to reiterate?
Absolutely. And in our
And here's a simple example. I make the burgers in my house. I come out, I put a stand, and I put a billboard so that those who are passing by can see that delicious, unhealthy burger.
Absolutely. And in our written submissions, we've attempted to break it down in more detail and giving evidence-based examples. But to very practically and one-for-one answer your questions, and I'm also guilty of using my hands on my lap immediately, to give the, to take the example of advertising the burger, the research has shown that, for example, and I'm going to refer to children here, that a child who sees that advertisement then immediately is prompted into taking in more calories. So it's a visual prompt to ingest food. Secondly, the advertisement of the burger impacts the child's own choice of nutrition. So it creates simply a demand, which marketers would say is the exact purpose of this commercial act. And then finally, in viewing this burger and formulating this need to eat and a specific food preference, oftentimes we find that the child will then influence the family's choice of meal. So use what we refer to as pester power to get the caretaker of the child to influence the dietary intake of the family in general. We've cited several studies here, but potentially most helpful, as an example currently, is what we term a systematic review. So that would be a review of several other studies just read together, in which we found that consistently over a sample of 70 studies, all of these behaviors have been proven.
Some people might view this regulation of my selling of my burger as being overly invasive of the state to do. We understand that there are certain circumstances that would militate for the state to regulate certain conduct because it, for instance, if I drive drunk on the road, public road, there's no way for anyone else to protect themselves against my reckless conduct, right? However, my drinking in a safe space, although some people might view drinking as being a bad or morally wrong activity, but as long as it's affecting me, I'm doing it right in my own space, it's my choice to do it, it should be fine. In relation to the burger example, how do we then, sorry, my hands. How do we factor in the choice of the consumer to walk past my building, my house, as I'm selling? How do we factor in the choice of the parent who wants the child to get that nice, delicious burger that comes with a toy? How do we measure? How do we measure that? How do we take account of that when we regulate?
Okay, fantastic. So I just want to start off by saying we actually hear this argument a lot from specifically the food and beverage industry, and it's sort of commonplace to cry nanny states. However, our research has shown that there's a myth of individual choice. And what I mean by that is, for example, evidence has shown that fast food restaurants are most closely concentrated close to schools. The demand created for something like a specific sugar-sweetened beverage means that tuck shop owners then only have that unhealthy beverage that they stock in the school. So food environments are systems that's created by government regulation. The second thing I wanted to say is, in South Africa, and I'll refer to advertising at this juncture as commercial speech, we've seen our case law actually eroding the amount of deference we give to commercial speech to in fact ensure that we protect the public. So initially we had the ad outpost case in which the specific judge from the High Court indicated that commercial speech should be given the same protection as other forms of personal speech. However, for example, if you contrast that to something like the British American tobacco case, where marketing of tobacco products were in fact being challenged or a marketing prohibition, we found that our courts understand that in protecting public health, the right to a healthy environment, the rights of children, that wasn't in BATSA, but for this purpose, we need to make certain interventions. And if that ensures, or if that means ensuring that the specific hamburger is not advertised, the damage which those advertisements cause outweigh the need for regulation. We're not saying stop the sale of the specific product. We're saying don't direct your commercial speech to children, which evidence has shown does not necessarily have the understanding that a communication is commercial in nature, so they see it and view it as truth, and B, does not necessarily yet have the conation, so they exercise over their own willpower to resist urges.
Before I follow up, I just want to check if my colleagues are hearing me. They've been having a problem with my mic. Perfect. One of the questions I had is prepping for you guys to come here, which Ms. Mafuyeka has helped me in, is, and I hope I got this correctly. You said that healthy foods are expensive or pricier than that delicious burger I was talking about. Was I correct in hearing you in that?
Okay, so in layman terms, I'll say yes, but then yes. Habit, my apologies. Yes. So to share a more personal example of what I mean by that, right? So you'll find that, let's say, tuck shop, or in the context of a school. So growing up, when I would go to school, you'll find that you can buy chips or a fat cook or for 1 rand, for example. Or you would buy maybe achar and 2 slices of bread for a lesser price than you would if you were to opt for a healthier option, right? So that means that children, for example, are more likely to then purchase unhealthy food products and consume those ones than healthier food options, even if they wanted to. But another point that we're trying to stress is that because of the marketing of unhealthy foods, and for example, let's say close to school or within spaces whereby children frequent or come across those particular, then that also informs their choices to rather than opt sometimes for unhealthy food options than healthy food options.
I'd also just like to add to that, and that's a very interesting question. And the research on that has not yet been, let me rather rephrase, I'm not aware of what the most recent position on the research is. We've seen studies in which it's indicated that it is very expensive to access, for example, fresh produce, but we've also seen studies that have refuted this. But I'm going to refer you to another study that we completed as a rapid review of the food systems during COVID-19. For example, I'm a young mother. I have to commute for 2 hours. I don't necessarily have a kitchen or storage facilities for fresh produce at home. My commute's 2 hours. I don't have time to pack a lunch. I give what we call ultra-processed foods. Why do I give this to my child? Because it contains certain preservatives that make the food last longer. It doesn't require specialized storage. It doesn't require an area in which the food necessarily has to be prepared. It's ready to eat. I go about my day. I do not necessarily have the time to stop at a grocery store. During COVID, for example, spaza shops and informal traders were not seen for a very long time, about a period of a month, were not seen as essential. So those avenues of accessing food was closed down to members of the public. Again, I work a full day. I commute 2 hours home. I need to feed my children. I give them another round of ultra-processed foods because I do not need a kitchen. I do not need to pay for exorbitant gas fees. I can purchase it at a garage where I gain my public transport, and I can provide it immediately to my family.
And I'm not sure if I would be undermining the value, and I'm not trying to undermine the value of research here, but our own experiences should tell us that it is expensive to buy healthy foods. I mean, if, for instance, growing up, ikota, igwinya were some of the foods I enjoyed, and those could be viewed as being unhealthy. There's a particular brand of chicken down the road from my place right now that is very cheap. I find it everywhere when I go home in the rural areas. That's like the most common type of chicken I find, franchise in villages, in rural areas. So our experience should tell us that it is cheaper sometimes to buy unhealthy foods. Correct?
I mean, I definitely hear that perhaps that is the narrative. Again, I can't speak. I'm not aware what the latest studies say, so it is outside of the realm of my expertise. But that does seem to be the narrative that a lot of people endorse, and that seemingly can be true. I mean, the opposite end of the spectrum, and something that we do a lot of work on, is what we call a cost of illness study. So also to just say that even if there is a perception that engaging in an unhealthy diet is more cost effective, long term, the health consequences has what we refer to as a catastrophic financial outcome, which effectively means persons are rendered bankrupt due to usually being afflicted with a non-communicable disease.
And here's where my line of questioning has been taking me. Are we not putting the cart before the horse in looking quite emphatically, or I don't want to say exclusively, but quite emphatically on the marketing industry, instead of looking at society and the structural issues we have in our society that would cause people to live in poverty, to only be able to afford that nice brand of chicken that I too enjoy? Should we not be looking at those type of things, societal conditions, but also besides just the structural conditions in society, but also beliefs in our society about how delicious those foods are, and beliefs about looking, I want to use, let's say facts, for instance, beliefs around about how gaining weight, I'll say, is a symbolic of being happy. And I know this from my own experience, where my family has seen me bulking up, not muscle, that assume I'm happy, and where I'm seen to be skinny, I'm assumed to not be happy. Should we not be dealing with those things more emphatically before we go and regulate? And the reason I'm saying is because you end up now having to probably only advertise expensive food that people can't afford.
Okay, thank you for that question. Before I touch or answer a bit of that particular question, I just wanted to add to what my colleague said earlier on. In terms of, yes, it might seem as if opting for the unhealthier option is cheaper now, but then from what I also said earlier on, the people that then bear the brunt of the consequences of these unhealthy food options are the very same poor people. You see, so yes, right now, like you've mentioned, that the best alternative is to buy that because it's much more affordable. But then when they develop the different non-communicable diseases that exist, then they're the very same individuals who then can't afford health treatment or medical treatment because it's too expensive, or they have to prioritize, do I eat or do I get into the taxi to go to the hospital for this? So it becomes a vicious cycle of, okay, fine, I'm only eating this because I can only afford this, or I only have access to this, and then later on, when I develop these conditions because of those unhealthy food that I was consuming, then I can't afford any form of health care. And to then touch on the question that you just posed now, two things can be true at the same time, and we can look at both, or both of them we can work towards addressing and correcting. So we can't only focus on saying we're only going to focus on the systemic issues that exist or that create this vicious cycle. We can focus on those issues, and we can also regulate and say in the interim or concurrently, while we work towards, uplifting individuals from different socio-economic backgrounds, we can't also say then industry, there's a free rein in terms of what you can advertise. So from our perspective, that the two can be objectives that we try to achieve concurrently. So it's not a matter of saying that we can only prioritize this over the other, because long term, right, unhealthy food choices fueled by the different reasons that they are fueled by do lead to the very same group that we're trying to empower suffering major health issues and not having access to proper medical care because they are too poor to access them. So I would say that we need to look at it broadly and not narrowly saying that this is more important than the other, right? Because both can be important, both can be true, and we can all actively work towards addressing these issues from the different sides that we choose to tackle them.
It seems from the presentations I've heard thus far, including the first one earlier on, I might be here taking a different stance in terms of my line of questioning this morning. It seems like everyone is saying that the marketing industry is in a way exploiting certain conditions in our society. So I would say in what seemed to have been suggested, or my reading of the first presentation in the morning, was that although there are stereotypes in our society, it does not now mean that we should accept those stereotypes being presented by the marketing industry. And it seems like what you are also suggesting to us is that although it may be cheaper to buy the unhealthy foods, and although it may create employment for me to sell that burger, and although you may have a choice yourself to eat that delicious burger, that the marketing industry shouldn't then exploit those conditions in pushing forward very unhealthy foods in very undesirable circumstances, like at schools, when children's programs are up. Is that what, am I right? Am I correct in that assessment?
100%. So earlier the question was posed, is it a fault of society? Is it a fault of the marketer? What came first, the chicken or the egg? And my answer to that is very simply, it doesn't matter. It's harmful and the state needs to regulate. And I understand the questions posed sort of as a devil's advocate, but there are some instances where society, for some reason, society is concerned with regulation to an unnecessary extent. For example, the amount of regulations that go into your car can fill up a whole filing cabinet. Why is it that when we regulate the things that we put in our body and that's supposed to keep us alive, we have a hesitance now to make sure that that's actually good for us? And I just want to make a very important point here. It's amoral for companies to target children with marketing. And I would go as far as to say with any product, particularly with unhealthy food and beverages, because urges of eating and hunger is something that every person experiences. But companies should not be allowed to try and sway children, a vulnerable member of our society, so that their profit motive is served.
Just last one. My colleague can also have an opportunity to answer questions. Could you give us some examples where marketing has been used for the social justice good? Yeah, please.
I mean, absolutely. And then my question is internationally or locally. So in
please, yeah.
Fantastic. So in South Africa, we know that we have extensive restrictions. So earlier I used the example of infant formula marketing. We have extensive restrictions on marketing of tobacco, alcohol marketing, and even marketing of gambling products and services. I would say those restrictions should go even a step further. We should probably also be looking at how we package foods to make sure it's not particularly appealing. So those are just local South African examples where we have interfered with statute successfully to ensure that those harmful products aren't marketed, and not just to children, to people in general. And those have been challenged in World Trade Organization bodies, locally. Other countries in sub-Saharan Africa face similar legal challenges. So, for example, British American Tobacco effectively lodged exactly the same complaint they lodged in our High Court, in the Kenyan High Court, and was met with exactly the same response: we need to protect the health of the people. Now, in terms of marketing to children, we've seen a lot of countries take expansive steps. Most recently, the United Kingdom has indicated that they're going to introduce what is called the watershed. So before 9 at evening, everything is deemed child-directed, and the duty is on the company to show that it is not. In certain Scandinavian countries, if you, as a celebrity or public person, has been on specific categories of programming, that is deemed children's programming, you're not allowed to commercially endorse any product for at least a year afterwards, so that we do not unnecessarily sway children. We've also seen extensive marketing restrictions being introduced in our fellow developing countries in South America. So, for example, Chile, most recently, has both introduced what we call a nutrient profile model with a front-of-pack label. So that means forcing products to actually indicate what harmful content is on the front of the product, and then introducing marketing restrictions based on those warning labels that's placed on the front of products. And then most recently, we've seen the Special Rapporteur on the Right to Health and the Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food make public statements that for states to actually give adherence to their international law duties to promote the right to food and health, that restrictions should be included for child-directed marketing.
Thank you. I'll just check mic. Am I okay? It seems we are having a bit of those issues. My first question will be based around this section, and I just want to read it to you. Section 16 of the Constitution says, everyone has the right to freedom of expression, which includes freedom of the press and other media, freedom to receive or impart information or ideas. Am I too loud, like previously? Am I fine? Okay. Freedom to receive or impart information or ideas, freedom of artistic creativity and academic, and Section D says academic freedom and freedom of scientific research. It then in Section 16.2 says the right in subsection 1 does not extend to propaganda of war, incitement of imminent violence, or advocacy of hatred that is based on race, ethnicity, gender, religion, and that constitutes incitement to cause harm. Based on your definition of discrimination, right, that you've just given to us, versus this definition of freedom of expression as put into our Constitution, would you then be suggesting that we need a constitutional amendment to put regular, because we understand that the press and other media, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody who's got some scholarly article about what media then is in the context of 16.1a. Would that, okay, do you have any inputs on, let me rather put it that way, do you have any input on how Section 16 of the Constitution impacts on your submissions relating to discrimination?
Yeah, absolutely. So we completely take your point, and we know that commercial speech previously has been recognized as an expression of Section 16. Previously we referred to the ad outpost case, and that would be the relevant case which sort of diagnosed it as such. And then you referred to the internal limitations of Section 16. But of course, as we all know, Section 36 is the general limitation clause. And we believe that if you do a Section 36 analysis, you'd fairly easily meet the threshold of that analysis, and we don't have to look far. Again, the British American tobacco case did all of the heavy lifting for us there, where we've seen the Supreme Court of Appeal already doing a rights limitation in terms of commercial speech and a public health objective.
And then you're saying, by extension, then the same way that the courts understood the arguments in this case should apply to marketing directed at children.
Absolutely. I mean, in fact, if anything, the proposal we're making is a lot less invasive than the specific cause of action in the British American tobacco case, where there was a complete prohibition on marketing and an interference with labeling of tobacco products. Okay. We're going right now as far as saying we shouldn't be marketing harmful goods, specifically foods and beverages, to children, which is quite limited.
Yeah, I was going to just unpack. I think you indicated, I was writing fast. I'm not
I think you said it's the code, the ARB code. I might be wrong, and please correct me. That defines children, somebody under 12, right? So please just give us why does that piece of legislation, or was it the code? Let me start there.
So we were actually referring to voluntary pledges in general. By recollection, I think the ARB's, it's Appendix J, it's the Food and Beverage Code, does make reference to very limited restrictions placed on marketing to children. And I believe in terms of the code, children's defined as persons under the age of 16. But I'll just have to do a sanity check on that one.
Okay.
And is your question effectively, why is that not enough?
No, my question is in effect, no, I'm more really leaning for something to flag for us the inconsistency of age between that the age of when somebody then becomes a major versus when they become a minor. I mean, we would understand that it should be consistent throughout legislation because the Constitution informs us when somebody becomes a minor and when somebody becomes a major. So I was just flagging the empowering provision that we're referring to there. And then there's an issue. I'm just as you were talking, not an issue. There are those who will say parents should parent, right? And if you are then saying that children do not have, cannot resist, that's not what you said, but I'm paraphrasing. As I said, I just wrote keywords. They cannot reason and they cannot resist. They don't have that ability to distinguish, right? An urge for that burger that Umlulego was talking about. But there are then those who come from a space that will say, well, if my child says they want a burger, I still, as the parent and the one who's got the money, relating to children specifically, can say no. So why is it then the marketing sector's fault or the advertising sector's fault for somebody's inability to parent, if I can put it that way? Oh, I feel like that's a headline. But you get what I'm saying.
We'll release you from the burden of that headline. And we understand the resist, the phraseology chosen, and just to emphasize, I mean, we don't want to undermine the agency of children, but as a society, we do recognize that they are more vulnerable given their age. The exact same argument can be made for the fact that the Constitutional Court said we can't physically chastise children, why we mandate that children under a certain age have to be placed in specific seating in vehicles. I hear you, and I think as a society, we like to emphasize our personal freedoms and liberties. Again, we just want to reiterate, we think it's very difficult for someone to have true choice and agency where the food system is basically created by big multinational corporations that make it very difficult to have actual choice and agency. And I'd actually I'd issue the following day to anyone sitting here today to think of 10 different sugar-sweetened beverages. And I imagine you won't be able to list more than 10. It's not that they do not exist. It's not even that they're not produced locally. We have at least 10 sugar-sweetened beverage brands incorporated in South Africa with brand portfolios that have multiple sub-products. But the fact of the matter is, we don't actually have that choice because we see certain foods being sold at fast food restaurants. We know there are bundling deals. We know that billboards will contain only certain food products. So what we view as parents and personal agency and parents having the ability to now parent their children freely and without interference is a fallacy, because the commercial sector is actively shaping what access we have to products and what specific appetites are being awakened. We know, for example, I was told not to cite certain SSB companies, so let me rather not go any further here. But it's, it's simply just not possible, A, for us to say that parents then have that freedom. But also, B, if parents make the wrong choice, we should probably intervene. And it's not extensive. I can gather from this discussion we think this is a massive regulatory step, but actually it's not. We're just saying don't target children. It's very minor. Don't actively use, for example, cartoon characters and depictions of fantasy to get children to consume something that's bad for them. That's really not a massive ask.
I just wanted to
Okay.
add, and also just to add to what Ms. Kruger said, a similar argument when you look at the Batsa case was put forward that why do you want to limit the marketing of cigarettes? You know, these are adults, they choose to smoke, they exercise their freedom of choice and they choose to purchase these products. And what the court said there was that it is the obligation or the responsibility of government to, you understand, to promote public health measures or public health measures. Therefore, the limitation or those particular restrictions are valid and it is a reasonable limitation. And also just to add that we need to also look at choice, right? Do we really, or do these parents or do these individuals really have a choice? Because most of the times a person's choice is limited or influenced by what they have access to, right? So it isn't really sometimes broader, or when we look at choice, we must just also take that into consideration. And that when we also look at regulations as well, the courts have recognized that it's not a stretch or it doesn't fall outside of the ambit of what government is allowed to do to have certain regulations in place for public health reasons and to protect society. I don't want to say against themselves, but against certain practices. So even though you do have a personal choice, that does not mean that government cannot take regulatory steps to protect you when those choices aren't, you know, good for children, if I may put it that way.
No, I understand you. You spoke as well, I'm not sure if there is a study, and if there isn't, then we can just move past this question, that what is the financial cost of this on the state long term? You said there were long-term consequences for you said for, it starts maybe with the child, and then from the child it trickles to the family, and then it leads to NCDs and et cetera, but what is the financial cost for the state long term for this particular issue? Maybe if we understood it in that sense, we'd be able to then weigh up the magnitude.
Perfect. And after this, my director is definitely going to give us a call to say we need to go revisit some of our colleagues' studies. We'll be happy to send it through afterwards. Yeah. I mean, I'm not exaggerating by saying if you take all of the NCDs in total, it factors into billions of rands on our public health sector. But I don't have the benefit today and the economics background to give you the beautiful graphs and the broken down numbers. But we definitely have those studies. We've done a cost of obesity study. We've looked at the cost of hypertension, and we're also divorcing this issue from COVID, which obviously has been a massive state cost. But if you consider the impact that NCDs has on the severity of COVID, you actually also would have to cost the impact of unhealthfulness using COVID as an additional fairly important indicator of how much it costs the state. In contrast, how much will it cost the state to implement our 4 recommendations? Effectively nothing. It might even alleviate some of their burdens because the ARB would be empowered to take some of that capacity constraints of other government departments. I hope the ARB will be able to appear before you, but I have heard them personally saying that if the funding model's adapted, they could potentially have more capacity.
Yes, they are. I don't want them to run away now. Okay. There are just two final questions, Chair, before I hand over to check if Mlulek is done and then hand over to the panel. Yes, there is, as Chair had said, you were not here earlier, and the opportunity to further supplement your submissions. So I think if we could flag that, the cost on the state as one of the issues, and any other things that you want to highlight following the questions posed by the evidence leaders, you may do so.
Thank you, and we'd actually really appreciate that, and we'll have our chief economist also didn't do a sworn statement because me stating that it's to the best of my knowledge is true isn't going to be very helpful for the commission, but we'd like that.
All right. So we asked then. You said you said that it's pointless to ask who's to blame, the client, the agency, or the regulator, and you said it's pointless in essence to ask that question. But I think we have to ask that question if we are to make any form of recommendations or to try to bring to try to resolve the issue that you're saying. You've made recommendations to the ARB, and those will in effect affect the agency, and then in effect affect the client. So is it then your submission to that question that it is the ARB that is the problem, or is it everybody?
So actually, let me answer that by saying, who is personally responsible for harmful marketing practices? Probably each and every person, including the marketer, the producer of the product, the specific agency that decides to run the ad, us as the public that accepts harmful content. Legally, in my view, and simply because this is the easiest access point to regulate, would be on the marketer. And I also just want to highlight, when I speak about the marketer, I'm not talking about the agency that does the voiceovers and the pretty ads and has a nice sepia tone filter. I'm talking about the company whose goods and services is being marketed, because they are in fact giving the instruction for that ad. So when I'm talking about, myself and Mekateko are talking about the marketers, we mean the food and beverage companies. And we think this is very important because as issues are going to continue to arise in relation to, for example, social media marketing or product placement, it's going to become very difficult for us to target the media. It's going to be very difficult to gain access, for example, to the necessary information to know how to block Facebook from running certain advertisements. But the companies are incorporated here. They have to follow our laws, and if they don't follow our laws, I mean, I want to say people can be imprisoned, but that sounds fairly harsh. Sanctions can be given.
Then finally, we went through one of the studies that's up on the website and you touched on it, on the proximity of billboards to schools and what they advertise, and also how certain companies will then sponsor tuck shops, and I'm not sure if I'll be overstepping if I say they sponsor tuck shops in exchange for their branding and having a very strong presence in schools, right? I don't know if you want to just touch, if you do not, I know I'm putting on the floor, on the other recommendations on that study, reflecting on that study. I think it was based in Soweto, no? Yes. And it was like 3.7 kilometers in proximity to a school, and you check the 111 kilometer radius around blah, blah, blah. I'm going into your study. But could you just reflect on that study and its outcome? And the reason I'm tying it to it is because obviously it is one of the focus areas of the Commission as well, is the right to education. And what is in essence the effect of this, and how are private institutions allowed to enter a space, and I think almost all of those were public schools. So what is the issue? What is the issue there, and how are the companies able to enter into that terrain so easily if we have so many within a particular area?
Yeah, absolutely, can reflect on those studies. I'm unsure if you're referring to the Hoffman study or the ADSA study. So one looked at marketing materials in schools and close to school gates, and the other one looked at billboards and outdoor advertising, and maybe to also add then a third study, Professor Zandile Mkiza from the University of Western Cape does a lot of fantastic work in measuring how much exposure children has to advertising, and very recently published something on outdoor advertising. Our reflection would be that when one looks at what is child-directed marketing, one of the components and indicators that it's child-directed is that it's in or close to a setting where children gather, and that should be prohibited. So depending on sort of the kilometrage, which we don't specifically have any suggestion at the moment, but in the very least, there shouldn't be marketing in parks where children play sports, schools, clinics where children have to visit. And our submission, and the WHO doesn't go that far, but we think it's very important. There shouldn't be marketing of unhealthy foods and beverages on transport corridors that children use to access schools specifically.
Fantastic. That's it, Chair, from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Evidence Leader. I'll now open up for the panelists to ask their questions and to clear up certain issues which will, at the end of this inquiry, help us to come to a conclusion that will be helpful to the public, and in particular our children. So, Professor, let me start with you there.
Yes, thank you. We've been talking about section 16 quite a lot, but there's also another section, the right to freedom of trade, the right to carry out your own trade. Unhealthy food is lawful. It's not unlawful, it's lawful. So you've got two sections here, freedom of expression and marketing, and the section that I've just spoken about. So it's not just the question of nanny state. It's really a constitutional issue on two counts. So I want us to consider those two. So we need to be very, very careful. So please be patient with me as a non-technical person. I don't see a straight line between advertisement of unhealthy food and obesity and NCD. Please draw that line for me. Because NCD and obesity are also caused by other factors. Genes, cultural stereotypes, access to healthcare, and so forth. So what is the straight line between advertisement of unhealthy food and obesity and SCD? As I said, there are other factors, right? So is there a straight correlation? Can you make that argument that will necessitate this invasive regulation? And that leads me to my second question. Can we say that people from higher income groups don't consume unhealthy food? Can you say that? Can we say that people from higher income groups, or people who are not differently able, for example, or men, for example, in relation to women, are not also swayed by harmful advertising? If we can't make that argument, how is it discrimination? And the evidence leader asked you that question. How is it discrimination? We need to be convinced by that men, so-called able-bodied people, and so forth, are not also swayed by harmful advertising. Because it might also be that people from higher income groups also are swayed by harmful advertising, but that the impact is offset by other things. Number one, the fact that they also consume healthy food, which is more expensive, as the discussion said, that they also have access to healthcare, that they can go on diets, that they also benefit from having time for leisure, for jogging, for exercise, and so forth. So can we really make that correlation? My last question has to do with the myth of choice. You say, we should dismiss that there's a myth of choice. It's no choice. But the example that you keep returning to is that of children. And I accept that, and I take that children, we can't say there is a choice. But how is that applicable to women, differently abled people, and what is the third one? And poor people. Are we saying those three groups can think that they can't make their choices? Why do you group children and those three other categories in this myth of choice? Finally, Chair, sorry, just recommendations. You recommend that the Department of Health regulate this issue. Why not DTI? I'm just curious. Why not DTI, the Department of Health? Then finally, why the ARB? The ARB is an industry-created creature. Why not a new, completely new, body? The idea that if people are forced to subscribe to it, it will be more independent. I'm not convinced by that. I'm not convinced by the argument that if we force every marketer to subscribe and to pay, under the ARB, it will be more independent. I don't get that point. Thank you so
much. That you have captured all the questions that Professor has asked, and perhaps if you have not captured them all, please feel free to ask again if you don't have those questions, all of them in line. But definitely, they are very good questions which would like to hear your replies to them. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to check, Commissioner. Okay, weren't adding to that. And I definitely, most likely, will ask Professor Maglingosi just to repeat some of those questions, because I didn't quite prepare for a list. But let's perhaps start with the most difficult one. And my suspicion is I'm not going to answer it to satisfaction for Professor Maglingosi, and that's attempting to draw the straight line between advertising obesity and then higher rates of NCDs. And the reason it's going to be very difficult to draw the straight line is because it's simply not one factor, and we completely agree with that. Physical inactivity, for example, is what the WHO at least says is another very large contributor to overweight and obesity. Genetics definitely does play a role. Diet and nutrition, significant. So it's already complicated by the fact that this is a complex system. And that's why when we do our work, you would have noted that we've done work on, for example, the sugar tax, salt reduction, and also looking at how the health system responds. So a national health insurance potential policy solution. It's unfortunately just that the system is too complex to identify one silver bullet. I'm almost scared to use the term silver bullet during the time of COVID. And maybe COVID is a good example, how we had a serious health disaster and we had to resort to several important interventions, but it worked as a bundle of interventions. So while we're speaking to the Commission today on restricting of marketing of unhealthy foods and beverages, we're cognizant of the fact that this cannot operate in isolation. This is one pressure point. For example, the World Health Organization has a package of, we use the term based buys. Restricting marketing of unhealthy foods and beverages to children is an important intervention because it has an impact over the life of a person. Studies have shown that brand loyalty can be identified as early as at the age of 3. Marketing to children has lifelong implications in what people eat and drink. However, alcohol abuse tobacco usage, physical activity, sugar consumption, discretionary salt in your foods. Those are all things which contribute overall to overweight and obesity. So we don't have the opportunity to speak to those things today because they don't really fall within the scope of our discussion today. And maybe just to reiterate, some of those other interventions that we've spoken about can be difficult to implement, and there's high initial costs and lots of convincing to do. But restrictions on marketing of unhealthy foods and beverages are almost universally accepted by the research community as a cost-effective intervention to change diets and then to change the rate of overweight and obesity. But I mean, we use overweight and obesity because it's measurable. Also, malnutrition is a concern, of course, and then the ensuing NCDs. So it's not ever going to be a straight line, and it's simply because the problem is too complex. The second concern, and I'm not, apologies, Professor, I'm not addressing them in order. So yes, absolutely. We've been using freedom of expression sort of as a shorthand for sort of the bundle of rights that might be implicated by companies. And just to reiterate, in the British American tobacco case, actually freedom of trade was also considered. And the Ad Outpost case also considered. And in fact, there was a case last year, the Bliss case, where the Advertising Regulatory Board was the respondent, in which the court, in fact, did not use freedom of expression as the protected right, but actually just looked at freedom of trade. The response to that is the protection of children from unhealthy food and beverages also is a whole bundle of rights that we're, in fact, protecting. The rights of children, our right to a healthy environment, the right of bodily integrity, the right to life. It's a whole host of rights that play up against one another. Apologies, Mikateko, I'm gonna give you the mic for anything that I've missed, and hopefully that's not the difficult question. And then we spoke about choice, and I completely take your point. We don't want to diminish anyone's agency. But we must also be respectful of objective facts. If I am a woman, I choose not to be violated. I want to choose to live in a society where I am free from fear of sexual assault. But objectively, my choice can only take me so far. So we need to be cognizant of the fact that just because we acknowledge that groups are more vulnerable does not mean that we think those groups are lesser. And we're talking about, the consequence. Do we measure discrimination just by way of someone being targeted? And we say that where there is disproportionate consequence that impacts vulnerable groups, that also amounts to discrimination. So where the consequence is felt more heavily by women and girl children, for example, that should amount to discrimination, even if the initial act on the face of it might not seem discriminatory. And Professor Maglingozi, I know you know well the difference between substantive and procedural fairness. So we need to look at equalizing outcomes. And then just on a point of clarification, and then maybe also just a statement in anticipation of the ARB making submissions. Our actual proposal is that we address some of our concerns at the side of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. And that's a practical election that we make, because we do currently have the white paper. We have public participation processes happening. We have the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies relooking how we regulate social media, Netflix. I'm sure everyone has heard that Netflix might be subjected to a TV license and absolute drama and hijinks. So potentially that's where you know about the white paper. So that's our submission. And then the reason we make the suggestion of the ARB, again, is fueled by practicality. Ideally speaking, we also prefer that there is a completely independent body that's created. That's going to be the closest we're going to come to our ideal policy win. We're going to have independence most effectively guaranteed there. But our research unit is mindful of the fact that when we come with policy recommendations, we want to make them palatable and we want to make them practically implementable. And therefore we say, right now, unless we're going to do a massive infrastructure investment, the ARB is probably our next choice, and it might be a short stop on the way to us actually creating a truly independent, separate body. And then maybe just to say, we don't want to create the impression that we're bashing on the Advertising Regulatory Board. In fact, if anything, the fact that we're looking at strengthening their systems is us acknowledging the very important role they play. And also potentially just to say, we've had discussions with members of the Advertising Regulatory Board, and while this might just be a personal observation, the current staff and leadership has really shown themselves to be very principle-based, and I'm quite happy to know, for example, that they do amazing work when it comes to trying to remove gender stereotypes in some of their decisions. So just that note to say, we criticize because we love. Please don't make that the headline. Mika.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger. You've covered almost everything. So just to add to what you've said, so I just wanted to be clear and noted that the groups that we have indicated or we've highlighted in our submissions today, we are not saying that they can't think, right? But when we do have the conversation of exercising of choice, people's socio-economic status informs a lot of the choices that people make, right? So we cannot have the conversation around choice and agency in silos and not take that into consideration, because then we are not, it's not a full conversation, and we need to take that into consideration. And also, I want to say that in our submissions, written and oral submission, we did mention that studies do show, right, that the advertising on unhealthy food leads to, for example, children who were exposed to the advertising of unhealthy foods compared to children who were exposed to non-food advertising. Children who were exposed to the advertising of unhealthy foods consume more unhealthy foods. So the studies are there. They do show that correlation or that link. And then also you mentioned that there are other interventions such as, for example, physical activity, and we can't attribute all of these issues to just an unhealthy diet or to the advertising or the marketing thereof. But in our presentation or submission, we did highlight that studies do show that, for example, differently abled persons do face limitations in that regard. So we have to look at it broadly, and it's not a one-size-fits-all. And also in terms of right to, for example, freedom of trade and rights to freedom of expression, right? When we look at, which we've quoted the different case or the Batsa case, it has been shown, or our courts, right, do implement or exercise Section 36 of the Constitution, right? Because no right is absolute. Rights can be limited. And they have shown through the Batsa case, for example, that we can limit the right to commercial speech in a way that promotes the health or the well-being of society as a whole, right? So those are indicators that shows us that we can use legislation or we can use regulation to protect society as a whole or to protect children, and we can use certain provisions in the Constitution to limit certain rights that industry might rely on. So it has been done. So what we're asking for, or the regulations that we're asking for, it's not something that falls outside, or it's not controversial, it's not something that has not been done, that has not been challenged, and that the courts have not shown willingness to address. So it's, yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Professor, Are all your questions answered?
They have been answered.
Okay, thank you. Then, Commissioner Banyoni, do you have questions for the witnesses?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, indeed. Mine is only one question, but I've got an introduction before I come to the question. The introduction is that I would like to quote the Constitution, chapter 9 of the Constitution, section 181. Table the chapter 9 institutions, the Public Protector, the South African Human Rights Commission, the CRL, Commission for Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities, the CGE, that is the Gender Equality, the Commission for Gender Equality, the Auditor General, and the Electoral Commission. But my point is, when you look at subsection 2, I want to quote it. It says, these institutions are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law, and they must be impartial and must exercise their powers and perform their functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. I want to emphasize the impartiality. The question that I'm going to ask, I want you to understand it, that we are being impartial as the panel. And then also I must say, please don't misunderstand me to be what is known as the devil's advocate. Mr. Kruger, you were talking about the slot for, or the programs for children, that these adverts are just flighted in during that time. Wouldn't you agree with me to say, when you look at that, it talks to parenting. There are programs which are sort of pre-warning a possible viewer, PG, parental guidance. Some are saying 16 years or an age limit. But my question is, isn't it so that there seems to be lack of parenting, because some parents buy television sets for their children, portable television set, and then and some of the children view even programs that they are not allowed to view because they will be having a portable TV set in their room and the like. And then now the advertising and marketing will not know whether, if it's a time for adult people, that they will only advertise or market during those times, because even when it is time for only adult people, there are some minors which are still viewing those things, those programs, because some of the children will be saying, we are busy studying, but they are waiting for that, program that comes very late at night. And then, again, talking about impartiality, if the agents are saying, no, we want to advertise late at night when children are asleep, some of the children will still be there. So okay, the crux of my question, isn't it maybe also to try to say that there should be more parenting? Thank you very much.
Commissioner Panyoni, you had me quite worried of that introduction, but I think you potentially have a second career in public health, because that's a fantastic question. And it's been at the heart of the debate of whether or not we should be measuring what's child-directed or what's the real exposure that children have. In short, your concern is very legitimate in terms of children having access beyond what we previously would say is children's viewing hours. To mitigate that, when looking at what's child-directed, it's not only at the specific, we spoke earlier about regulation of scheduling, but it's also looking at the actual content of the advertisements and using certain factors and indicators to determine marketing techniques that particularly apply to children. And a very good, clear example would be having a 6-year-old child in an advertisement is generally deemed to be a form of making that advertisement child-directed. And you'll actually see industry already adopting this internally. For example, if you look at, I can't use brand names and it's really making it difficult for me now, but energy drinks, you'll actually note, even though there's lots of themes around education, the specific actors that they use for those drinks are always just beyond the age of majority to ensure that there's no concern that it's deemed child-directed. Now, in terms of whether or not that's a parenting question, I'm very poorly placed to speak to that, but I will say in our understanding of, for example, in internet penetration, 60% of South Africans frequently use the internet, which is actually fairly low in comparison to other countries, but the estimation is that that's going to be increasing substantively in the next few decades. The reality is it's very difficult for parents, even if they deliver best efforts, to limit children's exposure to media, with social media, schools continuously having online resources. I don't know if it's realistic to expect parents to exercise a sufficient level of control over what children see so that we can place the burden on parents. And then secondly, and this is the question that we've been attempting to address today, is if parents fail, which they often do, and sometimes they fail within what we accept to be socially acceptable, so making a bad decision, but sometimes parents are negligent and abusive, and then we still need to protect children from parents that do not take their job seriously. And I'm not saying that parents who've given their child a television in the room is not taking their job seriously. I don't have an opinion on that, but I'm just saying I think, A, it's difficult for parents to actually take that step. B, even if they don't, as the state, we still have to step in to protect children where parents potentially don't meet the mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Done.
Thank you. A question from me is one. We are aware that the Portfolio Committee has conducted this type of inquiry with regard to advertisement sometime in 2000, and that the Human Rights Commission has also conducted this inquiry way back, I think in 1999 or so. Now, my question to you, both of you, is where do you think the Commission or the Portfolio Committee has gone wrong in terms of the recommendation, in terms of the non-effectiveness of the recommendations that they have made during that time? Can you please give us your opinion so that we do not repeat such mistakes again? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Malachi. I have to confess on this, I plead ignorance. I do not know the exact content of the previous Commission's inquiry. I imagine the earlier consideration by the Portfolio Committee might have been in 2014 when they considered regulation specifically of harmful foods and beverages. My understanding is that there wasn't a particular substantive concern, and that up until today and recently the Daily Maverick ran an article on that process where it's uncertain why that didn't go ahead. Potentially you're referring to another process, and then I have to apologize for not having a more substantive answer. We'll put this on the list of matters that we'll address in our supplemental.
Thank you. What time is it now? How much? 13:35. So the time now is 13:35. And then I think for our good health, again, we've got to break so that we go and have lunch and have a body break. So I suggest that we adjourn now and that we resume again at 2:35. Is that 2? What time is it now? 2:30. Yeah, that we resume at 2:30. Okay, so that's an hour from now. Is that all right? Are we all happy about it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the two witnesses who were on the stand, you are excused. And we'd like to thank you for the very good inputs that you have given to the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
The two witnesses, I must also apologize. I said limit the use of the hands, but when I was asking you questions, I noticed myself also using the hands.
No, but we thank the Commissioner for raising that. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I'll make sure next time when we come in, that I'll make sure that Oh, he's here. Oh, thank you. I've got information that you'll be doing it visually. Okay, thank you. And then I'm happy really that the witness is here personally. So before we start with our proceedings, I'm going to ask Commissioner Banyoni to administer an oath to the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Ndlovu, mine is just to administer the prescribed oath. And then before administering the it's important that I have to establish whether or not you've got an objection towards the prescribed oath. And some people are having an objection based on so in your case, do you have any objection? Thank you. Then for record purposes, can you just is your microphone?
Yes, my name is Mbuyiseni Ndlozi.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence that you shall give the whole truth and nothing but the truth? If that is the case, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Chairperson. He is duly sworn in.
Thank you, Commissioner Banyoni. Now I'm going to call upon the evidence leader from the South African Human Rights Commission to put questions and questions of clarity to the witness in this matter. Over to you, Ntate Buan Jones.
Maybe just an intervention, Dr. Ndlozi. I've just want other witnesses to say, normally people when they speak, they use their hands. But now because there is a sign language practitioner next to you, it may be confusing to the listeners out there who are depending on the sign language practitioner. And then as commissioners, we are taught that in order to avoid the tendency of using hands, maybe we just keep our hands next to the desk so that whenever you feel like raising your hand, and then you remember that you've got to maintain your hands underneath the desk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Dr. Ndlozi. Good afternoon. Thank you for agreeing to be part of this important inquiry, which is looking into multiple forms of discrimination in advertising in South Africa. Maybe as a way of starting our engagement this afternoon, could you please tell us a bit more about your background and your education?
Thank you very much. My name is Mbuyiseni Ndlozi. I'm an EFF commissar, which is a member of the national leadership structure we call the Central Command Team. I'm a member of South African Parliament. In Parliament, I serve in the Justice Portfolio Committee, as well as the Intelligence Services Oversight Committee, Portfolio Committee. I am educated. I went to some high school called Wits, got some few papers.
What is your role at the moment in the EFF? Well, you've just told us you are a member of the Central Command and a commissar. Do you have any specific role?
Yes,
that you
I am responsible for political education, and I'm currently convening a team that is seized with reviving the organization in Limpopo. And I'm also responsible for security in the EFF.
Thank you. I understand you have a statement that you'd like to make, and with your permission, Chair, the witness would like to make an opening statement, and we will give him an opportunity to make the statement, and we'll continue with our questions after that. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks very much. I should have said good afternoon. Indeed, the EFF welcomes and commends the South African Human Rights Commission for the important initiative to hold an inquiry into racism within the advertising industry. We also welcome the invitation for the EFF to make an input on our own view, assessment, and experience in confronting racism. As a point of departure, I want to state outrightly that our focus is specifically anti-black racism that informed the apartheid and colonial systems over the centuries in South Africa, the racial oppression of black people, in particular Africans, due to the color of their skin. Put differently, a socio-economic system that uses the pigmentation of Africans as a means of their oppression, specifically to mark them out as subservient beings. The Commission's invitation to the EFF is based on our campaign against the 2020 cliques and the 2018 H&M racist adverts. The invitation stated that the Commission solicits oral and written submissions from the EFF based on the stance taken relating to the adverts by cliques and H&M. The invitation also states, as the inquiry's objective, to understand the causes of discrimination, the causes of discriminatory practices within the advertising sector. In the terms of reference, it indicates that the scope or its scope will not be limited to the end product that is placed on the different platforms, print, broadcast, digital, or out of home. Instead, the inquiry encompasses the very structure of the industry itself. Specifically, the terms of reference say, and I quote, the makeup of the advertising industry in South Africa, including the size of the industry, the leaders in the industry, the racial gender and inclusivity, accommodation of persons with disabilities, makeup of leadership and employees in the industry. In this slide, it is in this slide of this rich approach that the EFF's own input will not be limited to the end product, the specific adverts that it campaigned against, but also the structure of the industry itself. In essence, our stance, for which our invitation is based against cliques and H&M racist adverts, is inspired by our critique of the advertising industry itself as a structurally anti-black industry, the direct mirror image of corporate South Africa in general. Accordingly, our presentation will be structured in three: a short introduction of what the EFF is, what our take on anti-black racism is, and how it functions in post-apartheid South Africa, the cliques and H&M campaign, and the anti-black racism in advertising. The EFF is the third largest political party in South Africa, representing 10% of the electorate in the South African Parliament. Formed only in July 2013, the EFF is represented in all 9 provincial legislatures and serves as official opposition in 2, Limpopo and the Northwest. In addition to this national profile, EFF also boasts over 1,000 councillors and public representatives in over 90 of municipal councils across the country. It is a radical left, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist organization in pursuit of a general mission for the total economic emancipation of all black people from the colonial capitalist bondage. We proceed from the assumption, very importantly, that political power without economic power is meaningless. We subscribe to the Marxist-Leninist Fanonian schools of thought as a way to analyze the state, imperialism, class, race, and gender contradictions in any given society. Our struggle is always rooted in mass-based, grassroots and democratic organizations and forms of organization. Anti-black racism for us is the mobilization of the pigmentation of African and non-European people as a means of their oppression, as a marker of their servitude. This racial categorization is a design of the Europeans who for over 300 years ruled Africa in accordance with pigmentations. In this view, they as Europeans are white because of the coincidence of the lighter or of their lighter pigmentation, which according to them makes them superior and destined to live off the servitude of Africans who, because of the coincidence of their darker pigmentation, are black and therefore inferior. This idiotic line is basically and obviously a pure lie, yet it is mobilized as the explanation for why over the centuries white people are more powerful and continue to be generally more successful than other races, when in fact their success is due to their violent conquest and continued dispossession of the means of subsistence from other races. Meaning they are not successful because they are white-skinned. They are successful because they possess, through violent means over the history, the means of subsistence or the means of production. Their conquest, development, or general advancement has nothing to do with their skin color. It has everything to do with the murderous and brutal dispossession of people's means of subsistence, livestock, the land, minerals, and so on and so forth. This is clearly demonstrated also by the fact that where this power, this hold on the means of subsistence is disarticulated, like in Vietnam, their skin color becomes irrelevant. Nevertheless, they have used their attained resources and economic power to build a society using this lie, that white represents beautiful, clean, intelligent, mastery, reliable, disciplined, powerful, developed, modern, healthy, holy, godly, angelic. I mean, you could hardly paint a heaven and heavenly beings using shadows and darkness. It's about light and white. Black represents ugly, dirty, primitive, superstitious, satanic, ill-mannered, demonic, unreliable, disreputable, underdeveloped, naturally stupid, tribal, physical. Something that is trapped and takes pleasure in the body, sexually predatory and very close to animality. This lie of falsehood attained everyday socialization through the labor, educational, religious, artistic, cultural, punitive, and judicial apparatuses, mainly to normalize and reduce and reproduce a racially exploitative society. For victims of this normalization of racial exploitation, it resulted in a permanent but impossible pursuit of whiteness. We must underscore the reality that in a racist society, all people are white, meaning the blacks, since they are not white, they are not people, and therefore are socialized to live in this zone of non-whiteness, a general state of constant pursuit of an identity you cannot attain. This whiteness, or non-whiteness for blacks, can only therefore be lived through the masks, because it is not naturally possible to attain it. This is because as a racist society, or in a racist society, you either turn white or you disappear. At the risk of disappearing, of being irrelevant, of not having access to any forms of life, blacks have to wear masks to conceal their image. That is their only way of survival. What are these masks? We have to adopt wide languages in order to attain education and contribute to the body of knowledge. When we have risen to the highest levels of education and cultural achievement, according to racism, we have colonialism and apartheid to thank. All black brain surgeons, astronauts, physicists, engineers, accountants have whiteness, not their brains, to thank for their achievements. We must be grateful, which results in never questioning the status quo. To appreciate this reality, we must see how a black educational achievement is never settled. You are constantly doubted and you doubt yourself. You suspect that one day the academic institution may actually say it was a mistake to award you the degree. Like a mask, it may fall or it risks falling away and get you revealed that you are just as stupid as all blacks. Nothing is special about you because, after all, physics as a discipline or as a discursive practice, within this discursive practice, you are a permanent foreigner, a part of non-part. We also have to turn against how we look, against our hair and our skin color, against the way we were born, and adopt a general aesthetic of non-whiteness. Relax the woolly hair or shave it off. Cover it with a straight hair looking wig. We have to apply lightning creams from Escamela to the recent and more advanced biogenetic techniques of skin lightening, because a dark skin is really hard to sustain in a racist society, especially for women. This is the same in sports. Think of Serena Williams or even the Brazilian national soccer team. Or in the arts, where a painter like Nelson Magamo or opera singer like Pretty Yende have to battle against the lie that their greatness is due not to their natural talent, but to the white affirmation. They have to battle the idea that art or opera music is a white thing, a pigment affair, when it really is about the skill of painting or the vocal talent of singing. Siako Lisi, who demonstrates a great skill in rugby, proves that the sport has nothing to do with pigmentation but pure talent. Yet he still gets off the field to battle with those who seek to keep rugby about a white affair, a sport of skin color. Sia, like Hamilton, like Castas Menya, must be grateful for being included or recognized by these whites and not question the status quo. He must feel special and not ask how come a sport about skill ends up being about skins. However, worse, if Serena Williams becomes the actual historic best of the best within a sport, which in itself will mean that she'll be at the pinnacle of all groundbreaking records within that sport, it must be a black person. This disruption will be met with actual tricks just to keep the sport under a lie that the best thing in it has to do with not skill, but skin. And all sports, top sport is white, and white people must be in it to be taken seriously or to be taken as sport at all. So blacks on their own hardly can establish any discipline or industry unless whites take it or take an interest in it. So to survive, we constantly have to seek white affirmation. This is the life of white masks that we must wear to be always accepted. What's not accepted in front of them doesn't survive. In this theater of white masks, those blacks who do not wear or succeed to put on the white mask, that is, attain white affirmation, often end up disappearing into the general necropolities we call township and homelands. They cannot be remembered. They are part of the rubble of human waste. To survive, one must take on a mask and be at the permanent mercy of the white establishment for what is good, what is smart, what is beautiful, what is modern, what is civil, and generally acceptable. To be black is therefore a conscious fight against the system of masks. It is to take on an existence that seeks to break out of this lie. It is to refuse the mask by confronting the conditions that make wearing the mask the only way to be in the world. Blackness is accepting the fact of our defeat, that we are hated and despised people, and mobilize against the usage of our black pigmentation as a tool to constantly mark us out as nothing, animal, primitive, naturally stupid, and uncultured. To mark you out as those beings that cannot be trusted with anything on their own, especially money, who must be in constant supervision. A black conscious life refuses to explain our suffering as a cause of our pigmentation. When we become conscious of our blackness, we invest our energy in attacking not each other as blacks, but the system that creates our blackness as a despisable and disposable image. That is why the criminal or corrupt officials who steal from other blacks are as idiotic as the whites who live off the exploitation of black people. Targeting other black people is idiotic but also cowardice. The black hero fights the system, the white establishment, the white value system. They do not participate in lies, reproduce lies in the form of tribalism, Afrophobia, and sexism. They know the economic power lies with the establishment. The mission or the struggle is to attain the means or the resources to re-author the image of blacks in the world. It cannot be done without the means of subsistence, without economic power. We continue to depend on those who call us and prefer us to be non-whites in order to achieve anything. The post-apartheid political order for 28 years refused to take economic power and offer a new truth about black pigmented people, black-skinned people. It has relegated the task to the same markets that were built and sustained through black exploitation, which are white-owned and dominated. The post-apartheid order believes the system will transform itself. From the RDP gear up to the NDP, as macroeconomic practices and policies, the government of the day refuses to use state power to shift property relations. They hope that white people over time will realize and accept blacks as their equals and accommodate them in the patterns of ownership. Yet 28 years have passed and ownership in the economy has not changed. As an ideology, survives, evolves essentially as the form of self-supervision. Mandela's magic, the Reconciliation Project, based largely on Bishop Desmond Tutu's priestly naivety, has dismally failed. Instead, it serves as a justification for the continued theater of white masks for blacks, as an ideological support for whites to continue insisting on being white. Because as long as people are white, it means others must be black. This is by way of saying there is no solving the problem of anti-black racism through an appeal to the humanity of white people. We cannot invest any more time in the hope that whites will self-transform or will use their privilege to build an unracial economic and social reality. This is naive and it is dangerous. No amount of workshops, rules and guidelines are going to end anti-black racism if they are not aimed at economic power. It is disempowering to build an entire economic policy where the victims of racism must depend on their oppressors in order to find freedom. The whole post-apartheid racial order is a black government supervising blacks to be good blacks, to wear 9 white masks. We are free only to continue being non-white. Just without the tutelage of the racist corps and military and the racial segregationist laws of separate toilets under apartheid. The post-apartheid political order keeps blacks in this disempowered position in relation to economic control and ownership. We are free to be consumers, laborers, and anything else but owners and controllers of the means of production. The whole post-apartheid racial order is about the black government supervising us. towards that direction. Racial discrimination of black people, their treatment as lesser people than whites, is the modus operandi entrenched in all institutions, from finance to schooling, even in prisons. In this way, the post-apartheid order is the greatest anti-black racist achievement, where we as blacks, through our black-led political institutions, preserve the status of depending on those who despise us in order to economically support anything we desire: art, sports, education, health, everything. It is with this understanding of racism and how it functions today in society, in post-apartheid society, that we took to the streets and engaged in a radical protest against H&M and Click's racist adverts. The adverts are central. The adverts, or the advertisement as a craft, is central to the survival of many aspects of South African society: media, sports, arts, particularly music and film industry. Through the advert, capital looks for consumers and pays to keep audience fixed to its products. Black audiences are deliberately rated cheaply, they are despised, and they are easily dismissible. A white audience is expensive, sought after, and capital is willing to spend 100 times over for it, despite its small population numbers. The true racism of this industry therefore lies in how money is spent to keep black media owners a minority. In fact, as long as media is owned by blacks, it does not matter what its audience numbers are. Adverts will bill it less or ignore it with impunity. We shall demonstrate this later on. Let's go to clicks and the EFF campaign. It is a matter of public knowledge that in 2018, the retail store H&M published an advert in which a black boy was wearing a hoodie written "Coolest Monkey in the Jungle." This resulted in an international campaign against the store, which here in South Africa was led on the ground, single-handedly, by the EFF. Of course, others only satisfied themselves with tweeting or releasing statements from the comfort of their homes or offices to condemn the advert. Branches of the EFF, without waiting for the national leadership directives, staged protests inside H&M stores. The aim was to ensure that it was not business as usual, that the store was actually shutting down as a form of consequence for having insulted the dignity of black people. As the national leadership, we expressed great pride in our branches and this important insight that there must always be consequences on institutions that are engaged in anti-black racism. Accordingly, when Click's advert also published a racist ad in 2020 in which they described black hair as dry and damaged and white hair as normal, we took a nationally coordinated campaign along the same lines. We intended to shut down Clicks until they not only removed the advert and apologized, but also demonstrated practicable remorse, a form of reparations. Our protest led to the closure of over 800 Clicks outlets, both in the cities and rural South Africa, for 5 days. Clicks management tried to ignore the protest and unsuccessfully applied for a court interdict. However, in the end, they came to the table and agreed on the demands for consequences, a form of reparations for engaging in anti-black racism. Together with Unilever, they agreed to remove Transformative products from their shelves, distribute 10,000 sanitary towels to the poor, all as a demonstration of remorse. Other retail outlets like Shoprite, Pick n Pay, Discam, and Macro also removed Transformative products from their shelves. The campaign raised awareness on a new and insightful approach in dealing with anti-black racism. There has to be consequences. Our view is to move our country beyond workshops and empty forgiveness sermons. A punitive approach is now long overdue. A racist must be punished with the full might of the damage of his or her racism. Portrayal of black people in adverts continues to be based on blacks as poor, as a mass, as noisy. An advert for laundry washing powder, for instance, will show black women washing with their hands, but show white women using the washing machine. Black label adverts treat the product as a product largely of black poor men, often drinking in township shebeens, or the black muscular mine or industrial worker, or a sports fan. Poverty and economic struggle are a black thing in South Africa's advert narratives. The image of blackness. You will hardly find whites in economic squalor. In addition, black youths, in particular black males, always get the role of the criminal. Hardly will an advert addressing crime use the white person as a perpetrator. Blacks can be shown in positions of power, of course, positions of influence, in control, as whites are. But hardly will whites be shown in positions of disempowerment or disrepute like criminals or the corrupt. This is easily demonstrable in adverts dealing, for instance, with insurance, with life covers, and the curious fact of old black women always looking like domestic workers. An investigation will reveal that even black creatives fall into these stereotypes. They do so because hardly do they adopt a black conscious approach to storytelling. Things must come out as they appear. To them, the world is self-explanatory and must simply be reproduced. This is the basic attitude, for instance, of Nando's adverts. There is no need to do a critique. Tell it like it is. The standard mistake here is that appearance is often the truth. But in a racist society which is about masks, when you simply portray South Africa, are you really telling the truth of South Africa? To repeat after the appearance is to participate in the reproduction of masks, is to affirm them as normal. A critical or truth-speaking ad unveils the mask, disrupts the norms produced to keep people asleep. It provokes the mind to be more critical. In its provocative power, it seeks to undermine not the vulnerable, but those in power. It does not seek to tell the world as it is, thereby making it normal. It seeks to expose the consequences of the world as it is. In as far as anti-black racism is concerned, adverts do very little to disarticulate even the simple fact that blacks are the most powerful consumer majority in this country. For instance, all the top 10 advertisement spenders in South Africa cannot sustain themselves without the black consumer. Yet a black consumer in most adverts is either always in a crowd or is being treated as though they are in equal consumption power to whites. South African adverts always seek to portray non-racialism, where they paint worlds in which whites and blacks live together in joviality. This is particularly so when it comes to alcohol, food, sports, beverages. You see blacks living side by side with whites in the advert, and we're very happy in the adverts. In the stadiums, we drink together in the parties. Even in workplaces, they portray these racially diverse workplaces of complete stability and harmony. Even young people on the streets and the campuses are racially diverse and they dance together, they dress the same. A happy rainbow nation. A racial unity that we all know does not exist. Campuses, workplaces, parties, stadiums are hardly places of racial integration. We are a racially divided society. This is a brutal fact, which adverts and many films participate in constantly masking, so that we go to sleep, we fall asleep, and never question the racial division. Finally, we must give some facts relating to how anti-racism is systematic within the industry itself. We'll give some examples in the broadcasting, newspaper, out-of-home and digital or online mediums. In all of this, we seek to demonstrate that black media owners suffer the greatest anti-black racism within the industry, and the Commission must initiate a process to hold those responsible accountable. You can systematically demonstrate anti-black racism within the industry against black media owners for 28 years. If the Commission engages in this exercise and does not reveal this fact and hold those accountable, it may have unwittingly contributed to putting us into sleep, so that we think the problem is being solved when it is not. Corporate South Africa takes a hands-off approach to their advertising decisions. The biggest 6 advertising agencies and media buying agencies are foreign-owned and mainly white-controlled. These are Group M, OMD, the Media Shop, Mindshare, Dentsu Agency Network, Starcom, Joe Publics, etc., to mention just the big ones, that bill 95% of the total advertising spend. Almost every corporate in South Africa outsources their media planning and buying decisions to about 6 major players. Smaller black-owned media agencies only, largely get work from government departments, which accounts for a very insignificant share. Prime Media's 94.7, 702, and KFM, as well as Kagiso Media's Jacaranda FM and East Coast Radio, for instance, take at least 60% of the total radio advertising spend in South Africa. These stations don't even collectively command 25% of South Africa's radio audience share. This is in comparison, for instance, with SABC's 18 radio stations, which collectively command over 60% of South African radio audiences. A notable factor is that 94.7, with an audience of 800,000, and only based in Johannesburg, receives much more revenue compared to Metro FM, which covers the whole country, with an audience of about 4.6 million listeners. 94.7 also outperforms Ukhozi, the world's second largest radio station, despite it being national and with an audience of over 7 million listeners. The second billing radio in South Africa is Jacaranda FM, which mainly broadcasts in Pretoria and certain parts of Limpopo and Mpumalanga, which, like 94.7, bills more revenue than any SABC station. In Johannesburg, Kaya FM has the bigger audience than 94.7 and 702. Yet 94.7 bills 3 times more than Kaya FM and 702, with less than half of Kaya FM still outperforms it. The difference is that the overwhelming majority of Kaya FM's listeners are black, regarded as cheap, regardless of their spending power. Power FM enjoys a strong following of black decision makers and black middle class. Yet the station does not seem to enjoy consistent advertising support. YFM has a compelling black youth following, yet their advertising revenue is negligible compared to wide targeted competitors. Gagasi FM is KZN's largest commercial music station. Yet East Coast Radio bills almost 5 times more than Gagasi. The pattern is consistent. Advertising agencies and corporate clients are racist. For the SABC television, it is worse because even government is prepared to spend more on private-owned television and radio than on the public broadcaster and other black media owners. Government spends an average of 34% of its budget on the SABC radio, which accounts for 60% of audiences in the country. They spend, and they will go and spend 27% on prime media alone. 27% government advertising spending. And MultiChoice receives 49%, the lion's share. This is anti-black racism. GCIS head, Pumla Williams, together with the Minister of Communication, must be held accountable for this anti-black racist decision-making, which GCIS is still engaged in to this day. Government has deliberately sabotaged the SABC, mainly because it is black and must sustain a generally large black staff across the board. Within the outdoor or out-of-home market, JC DeCox, Prime Media Outdoor, Prime Media again, Network or Provantage, Ad Outpost, dominate 80% of the outdoor market. These are billboards in the main. In essence, this market is an old white boys club led by foreign-owned company JC DeCox. The South African government, which spends over 400 billion on outdoor media, again complies with racism when it comes to a billboard. In this sector, the private big spenders like Unilever, which over the last financial year spent about 2 billion on outdoor, ShopRite 1.5 billion, Outsurance, Clientele, GSK is your Eno, your Aquafresh. The famous brands are your Debonair's Pizza, Wimpy, Pick and Pay, F&B, Standard Bank are all engaged in anti-black racism when it comes to advertisement spending. They pay more for a white-owned billboard than they would do for a black-owned billboard, regardless of where such a billboard is located, Sandton or Soweto. They can go to Baragwana, Chris Hani Road, pay more for a billboard owned by white people in the same area, and pay less to a black media owner. Within print media, Sunday World, which is black owned, by the way, has a larger circulation than City Press. Yet the advertising support for City Press is 4-fold bigger than Sunday World. City Press has 86 million compared to 22 million. But Sunday World is bigger. And Sunday World, over the past 3 years, has completely rebranded as a reliable, serious news source. Adverts appearing on City Press pay more for less people than on the Sunday World, simply because of the pigmentation of who owns Sunday World. What are we saying is that these numbers demonstrate the fact that it is not about audience, buying power, because there are more people in Soweto consuming Savannah, for instance, than in Bryanston. Yet a billboard in Soweto will be less expensive than the one in Bryanston. In addition, if a billboard is white-owned in Soweto, it will get more money than a billboard that is black-owned. South African companies have to take the immediate decision to spend more of their advertising spending on Ukhozi, on Mhlobo Wenene, on Metro FM, who command millions of black audiences, who are at the same time the largest consumers of any of the top 10 leading product owners like Unilever. Unilever must stop its racist spending on ads. It must be held accountable. It has to take a conscious decision to command its media spending, that 80% of it has to go to the SABC and black media owners. The same goes with its expenditure on TV. 60% of its ad spend must be on the SABC so as to make, and so is the case with Pick n Pay, with SAB, with Heineken. Government itself has to stop spending on radio 947 and Prime Media more money than it does on the SABC. And the black-owned private broadcasters like Power FM. Our submission is that true racism in the advertising industry is against these black media owners, SABC, MSG, Sunday World, and many outdoor owners like Kwame, Front Seat, you name them. These actors have suffered and they continue to suffer daily because of the color of their skins and the color of the skins of their audiences. Let us put on the record once and for all, there is no single brand in South Africa today, cheap or luxury, that can claim it depends on white consumers more than it does on blacks. Not Gucci, not Rolex, not Porsche, not Moe, not Jik, not Sunlight, not Aquafresh. All big luxury brands depend on the black buying power. The same with Eno and Brook Lux and all of them, including the Vaslabs, the Vascoms. Every capitalist in South Africa depends on the buying power of black people. And those black people are not only in Sante. They've got that buying power of Moe right in Soweto. The media is aware of it. The entire industry is aware of it. That's why they've got billboards in those areas. The digital broadcasters like McG, Slikwa, Mihlali, Lasizwe have to also be compensated in line with the impact of their audiences. Online advertisement cannot discriminate them simply because they're outside the establishment and they're individual media practitioners. If Mihlali has 1 million quantifiable viewers on her YouTube channel, she must get more money than Jacaranda. She must get more money than those radio stations that have 800 viewership, for an example. So is McG, which at this stage commands millions and millions of black young people who are fixated on his content. Advertising justice has to even arrive and tread with regards to online marketing. We do not need any counseling session. Racism is alive in the advertisement industry, and I have given these examples. A general funding must be made, and all these brands be directed to take legally binding decisions to redirect their ad spend on black media owners, because the patterns at the moment are, one, irrational, two, they are idiotic, but thirdly, they are racist. For having practiced racism, the advertising industry, since the advent of democracy, we can excuse the pre-1994 era. They must be forced to pay compensation as a demonstration of remorse, which must be directed to black communities. We have a proposal that the whole sector must be fined an amount of no less than 50 billion for racism, which can be proven. 50% of it must all go to the SABC for obvious democratic reasons. That's the public broadcaster. It has a powerful public mandate in the vibrancy of our democracy. 50% must be distributed to black-led community and television stations for the diversity in media ownership. It must go to black female soccer development, black female filmmakers, and black female music artists. Because these female actors within the industry command audiences, and they face discrimination not because they are black, but also they face discrimination because of their gender. If we do not reach a practicable punishment, we will never resolve the racism that we see in the advertising sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ndlozi. Chair, could we take a 5-minute comfort break?
Yes, we don't have any objection to that. Let's have that a comfort break for 5 minutes. What time is it now? 15:35. Okay, let's come together at 15:45. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
You ask for 5, I give you another 5.
15:40.
Okay.
Must come at
Oh, evidence leader, shall you please proceed?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Dr. Ndlozi, for the comprehensive opening statement in which you have described a life of blackness in South Africa. Just out of interest, how much of your ad spend as EFF is spent on black-owned agencies? If you don't have the answer now, you can always supplement through a written submission. Thank you.
Well, I'd have to refer. I haven't been personally conversant with the expenditure items of the EFF's communications department. I do know that as a matter of principle, we take SABC audiences in relation to broadcast, radio and television, fundamentally strategic, as well as outdoor media. When I was the head of communication, there was a concerted effort to, during elections, that's when we do a lot of ad spending to prioritize. But the space is constipated by white media owners. You've won the best spots. If you want to advertise, particularly on multi-choice, if you want to advertise on private radio, half the time EFF can't even afford those numbers. But I do know as a principle that we do that. I don't have the actual figure.
Thank you. You went on to further explain or to assert that racism continues to manifest itself in this industry in many ways. Could you assist us by giving us your own understanding of what is racism?
Well, racism broadly would include all prejudicial practices that use very irrelevant features, physical features, background, that are irrelevant to whatever regime is on the table. For instance, anti-Semitism is racism. Xenophobia is racism. Well, in this case, as I said in the paper or in our presentation, the focus was anti-black racism, which is a form of racism that mobilizes the blackness or the darkness of African people or peoples outside of Europe, the fact of their pigmentation as a means to mark them out as subservient beings. And your racism or your hatred of me, quite frankly, often doesn't matter until it blocks access to a road, until it blocks access to a school, until it blocks access to the land out of which we live. And this is why European anti-black racism matters for us, because it is at the core of structuring access to the means of survival, even in democratic South Africa.
How then do you understand racial discrimination and discrimination more broadly? What is your understanding?
Let's use the example of democratic South Africa. The conditions of the implications of not having tampered with economic patterns of ownership with the structure of ownership in the economy, interpolates blacks as only consumers and laborers, meaning our consistent existence will be constantly at the feet of the white establishment, of the white economy, for any form of a project to survive. So economic power, which they use in racist forms, is what determines whether a sports team in Orange Farm can succeed in life or not. Is what determines the resources of a school in Manamulele. It doesn't matter how brilliant and talented the people or the black kids in that school are. At the end of the day, access to textbooks, access to library, access to data, the resources to constitute a decent education project depend on the economy. But our access to that economic power is facilitated through racism. And the final example is like the racism in the banks, for instance, or financial institutions. It's quite obvious that, you know, black entrepreneurs don't get funding from the white-owned financial institutions in the way that white entrepreneurs do. And in a different day, in a different platform, these could be properly demonstrated. That's how racism functions in South Africa, is that the politics or the political power that we won is keeping us docile. They keep telling us the market, which is white-owned, white-dominated, must give us economic freedom. But how can we ask economic freedom from the people who, in the first place, designed us as black, to which they attribute unreliability? You must always be under permanent tutelage. If you want to be successful, you must have whites with you. White affirmation, you must be even a political party like the Economic Freedom Fighters can be starved of funding until we have a little bit of, white people there and there in our ranks. Nothing actually makes any meaningful progress in a racist society like South Africa unless it has a white affirmation and white support and white participation. And these people account for 9%, maybe even less of the population.
Race relations continue to be a significant fault line in South Africa. Would you say that advertising also plays or contributes to this fault line?
Absolutely. The advertising industry lives a lie, because a racist society is a big factory of lies. Because it's a lie that my pigmentation has anything to do with my capabilities, my talents, my spirituality, my moral conscience, my conduct, even my sexual discipline. The skin, it's the most idiotic proposition. It's the most idiotic proposition, but it's a lie. And the advertising industry, and I'm saying that at the core, the true people who suffer in a way that can be practically demonstrated are black media owners. They are discriminated against because they are black. It doesn't matter how hard they work. They will not get advertisement spending on their media outlets because of the color of their skin. It doesn't make sense whatsoever why Metro FM gets less advertisement spending than 94.7, which exists in Johannesburg, has less than 1 million listeners. Surely Metro FM, as a music station, it's a proper comparison actually. It even has a much bigger credibility, Metro FM, but it's across the country. There's no reason. There's no rational reason. Even if they can come and demonstrate research, you will not find any demonstrable fact under the sun, in heaven, in hell, except the fact that Metro FM belongs to a black government, speaks and largely to black people, and 94.7 belongs to white people and boosts a wide audience. But when you advertise, you are looking for a customer. There's no single advert. Unilever products at Pick and Pay. Give me any of the big brands that spends on advertising. All of them combined cannot survive without black buying power. And that's why we say it is racist. And it has to be addressed in those terms. It is the hatred of black people that drives that form of ad spending.
A big focus of your presentation was on the ownership in the industry. To what extent would this contribute towards the transformation of the sector and in black people being portrayed differently?
In many ways, authorship, to a very large extent, I can have creative power and I can invent all types of worlds, Avatar, I can Game of Thrones, I can be creative. But the survival of the project is economic. So the creative product in the advertising space cannot be divorced to the ownership patterns. It cannot be divorced from the ownership patterns. But this racism in relation to black media owners, in and of itself, on its own, it's enough. It is racism. Even if all the adverts continued to discriminate against black kids. But when you have done a tectonic shift in the structure of ownership, and in this country, SABC gets its share, legitimate share. Even on the multi-choice platform, SABC programs are the largest. There's nothing in this country in terms of broadcasting that is bigger than the SABC. But even if I went to SABC and began to start watching myself still as a disempowered person, the fact that majority of the money goes there, it's one part. And it is proper, it must be affirmed on its terms. A black owner is getting their share. But over a long period of time, because we no longer have to sit in a room and the advert's narrative must be approved by white people, it's the creative space and independence to begin to imagine new worlds, to begin to imagine a more dignified image of black people. That freedom for that creative impulse has to be about economic power.
So in your view, it would be okay for a brief to a black advertising company to still perpetuate stereotypes about certain race groups?
No, not at all. It won't. What I'm saying is the shift in the economic ownership of the means to author, to create works, the more we give black people their independent ownership space, they have no reason to get a white affirmation. Those are the grounds in which a free-thinking black will begin to explore their freedom. without the white gaze, the white supervision. They don't need an affirmation from white people. That's a step out. That's already a first step out. But to force people to be creative and to question, you know, the narrative content of these adverts without the power to create their own is disempowering. So I'm saying we have to imagine empowering blacks directly for their independent creative freedom. That way would have given them a step into thinking differently, into creating differently, and to self-authoring. And once they self-author, I cannot imagine that they will perpetuate themselves as a disempowered, as a disposable, as a despised people. The other route, which is the route of the last 28 years, is what has failed.
Would you agree with the assertion that there has been increased representativity over the last 28 years?
It depends at which level. What we have submitted here proves that there hasn't. I mean, how many private radio broadcasters are there? In fact, in the paid television market, it's multi-choice and e-media only. The black players are insignificant. Which transformation are you talking about? Of course, there are film directors, there's like black-owned content, but it accounts for extremely little in comparison to the advertisement industry. Accounts for about 30 billion annually. Of that 30 billion, black people get less than 10%. Maybe if we push it, about 20%, but there's been very little transformation in relation to the structure of ownership on the part, for us, of media owners. Then there are creative agencies. They've got a lot of black participants, but the black participants participate in under general white supervision. It's that tutelage that you must dismantle, and you can only dismantle through ownership.
The Portfolio Committee on Communications was confronted by a similar question in 2001 on the representativity of black people in the sector. Would you say that lawmakers have done their part to effect the transformation that you are calling for over the last 28 years?
The government of the day has no interest whatsoever for a meaningful change. The more they contribute, the more they put us into sleep. They are busy, they look busy, like they are transforming the economy, and we go to sleep because we think they are busy transforming the economy, but they are doing nothing. And I'm saying that none of their policy, macroeconomic policy frameworks since 1994 has ever promised a tectonic shift in the economy. So they do two things. They largely are always worried about white fear. I mean, look at President Nelson Mandela's entire approach to the Springboks. Actually, the first 5 years of the democratic state may have been about making sure white people are not scared and they leave the country. Because we suffer this deep fear that if they were to disappear, we're going to become Zimbabwe. We're going to become a jungle. There's this big concern, big investment into constantly assuring them, particularly white business owners. But if you go check, they don't invest in the South African economy, President Bek is on record to say that one of the curious facts about the portfolio investment of South Africa at an international level is that white people keep a lot of money in the bank. They keep a lot of money in the bank. So that's on one part, is this appeasing of white fears, they must not be scared and so on and so forth. On the other hand, is a permanent drive for foreign direct investment. Like there are Chinese people who are coming to save us from our devastation. But a brave government like the apartheid government, like the Vietnamese, like the Chinese, like the Americans in their early industrialization, brave governments got directly involved in industrialization. Firstly, by making sure that they own financial institutions to empower their local industries. On the other hand, they themselves ran industries from the scratch. There's no single economy in the world whose history of development was because of the market forces. Not one. So, our government, if you go to them there in Parliament, they are going to hold a session like this, and they are going to be scared of resolutions that are going, for instance, to have a practicable property shift impact. If you took a law-binding decision now that the advertisement industry must pay 50 billion for its racism as a demonstration of remorse for 28 years, I won't count the years before, for 28 years they've engaged, including the South African government, in racially discriminating black media owners. That will have a big impact. And you take that money, don't give it to government, go and invest it directly to the SABC on one hand, on the other, community radio stations, community television stations for media diversity. You'll have achieved media diversity for the first time in this democratic era. Go give it to black film and music practitioners, because they command audiences. When you go to radio, what makes the advert come there is because of the music of these practitioners. On TV is because of those filmmakers. And then sports. So this will be a property shift, because you're going to directly empower people to go and do more creative works independent of having to look for money anywhere else.
As the political party, what is it that you've done in Parliament to advance this cause that you speak about, to ensure that we dismantle these systemic challenges in the sector?
One of the things we have advanced through our submissions in the committee, through budget votes, for instance, one of the contractual scam between MultiChoice and SABC, and ICASA at some point has to admit this, is the mass carry regulations, which basically disempowered SABC. The fact that MultiChoice, as a private pay television owner, carried SABC content for free for many, many years, and grew its audiences at the back of the SABC for free. We have raised this so sharply. I don't know what power Koos Becker in this country has. It is the greatest injustice, the greatest sabotage of the SABC was the mass carry regulations. There's nothing brilliant about MultiChoice. SABC still offers the leading content in this country, both on radio and on TV. But it doesn't get the money. Majority of the advertisement spending on pay television, on television, goes to MultiChoice for audiences they did not create. That's racism. Because MultiChoice eka Koos Becker some bua who started NESPARS with the money of the exploitation of our people, attained under criminal conditions of apartheid. Because apartheid was a criminal affair, a criminal occurrence against the humanity of black people. NESPARS started under those conditions. But even with all that capital, it can't beat the SABC. They still benefit in terms of their audiences to this day out of the SABC. But they get 49, sometimes 50% of the ad spend from both government and the private sector. So, transformation. We have raised this in Parliament. We've raised it with ICASA when it appears. It has been holding some never-ending inquiry into that entire scam of the mass care regulations. They are the ones that did them. And my desire, our desire, was that once there is a resolution on the mass care regulations, there should have been, MultiChoice must pay back the money. Retrospectively, they must pay back the money to the SABC for all the advertisement that they've stolen over the years, based on racism.
You've highlighted that issues of discrimination intersect considerably with challenges relating to the economic inequalities in our country. And you have an entity like MultiChoice, which has considerable power. What would then be the role of the Minister of Communications in ensuring that we have multiplicity of platforms and views in the broadcasting area, so that we don't have this market concentration that MultiChoice has in this country?
Well, it's a very, we're already trading outside of advertisement in relation to, it's a fact now that MultiChoice in terms of broadcasting gets the lion's share of the ad spend. For audiences that it does not, in and of itself, not Mzansi Magic, not Mnet, but there is a second layer, which is sports broadcasting rights, which are also tied to the command of sports audiences and the fact that sports generates a lot of ad spending. That's what has to be reconstructed, the relationship thereof. And players who want to start or play in the pay TV market, what we need to break is the monopolization of sport broadcasting rights, which at the moment lie with MultiChoice. Because there's nothing that can replace live television. That's what online or over-the-top programs will never quite get right. Maybe with convergence and data becoming more and more available and coverage, maybe in some near future. But at the moment, what sustains TV is live sports on one hand and news. Those two things of live broadcasting are very difficult to sustain. And if the rights are limited, particularly with regards to sports, if they are limited to MultiChoice, you will never be able to play. That's what we needed to break for more players to play in that space. At the moment, everybody either joins or is accepted or affirmed by MultiChoice, or they disappear.
Would you attribute the blame to the industry? Because you lamented earlier about the ad spend. Isn't this the challenge of our economy, which is still concentrated in few hands? And if you don't dismantle the apartheid structure of the economy, then it will be impossible to change the ad spend.
No, This is a much more, here there are low-hanging fruits. Black people's buying power. That is what is being bought by ads. So the first point of departure is, if white people were to keep their money and not buy anything, there are too few. There are too few. The economy will still function from a consumer point of view. Because the greatest consumers by sheer numbers, that's why, people fight for the consumer market of China. Because one of the big strengths of China is the consumption power. It's a lot of people that will buy your electronics, all types of products. So the advert must not lie to us. What they are selling is not some complicated thing. It's audiences. So they lie. They go to 94.7 and pay more for fewer people, majority of which I've not checked the numbers recently. If over that 800,000 is it white people, but I'm saying it's irrelevant. At this juncture, you cannot say black people if they are even the black people back then that were watching Mzinwezi Nsizwa had more money, had enough money to buy all the Unilever products. These are not luxury products. But Unilever would still pay more on Mnet than it would on SABC1 because of racism. So a responsible government must heavily regulate, because self-regulation has failed. It's probably some big white boys club. They always collude on prices. Certainly in out of home, it's a white boys affair. They collude. It depends on who you know. They do each other favors. The pricing is completely racist and irrational and idiotic. So a responsible government by now would have regulated, would have said, what are the prices? You don't pay proper prices, you are racist, and then you get punished. I'm saying that in this case, we really just need to redirect in the name of a rational argument. Where are the people who are buying your products? They are more on Metro FM than they are on 94.7, than they are on Jacaranda, Ukhozi FM. Come on. What is it that Ukhozi people cannot buy from Unilever, from Pick and Pay? What is it that they don't buy already? Why do you go and discriminate against them? That's the point. That's the transformation, which is a low-hanging fruit. Is that they can't run away from the fact that it is racist, and they can control it with immediate effect. Like when the president imposes lockdown regulations, the whole country turns in 24 hours. Literally, the whole country turns. That's how much, that's state power. But they won't use that to redirect rational spending on advertisement.
The reason for this investigation and the intended outcome is to establish a genuine culture of human rights and prevent discriminatory adverts which unfairly depict, discriminate, and impair the dignity of the diverse people living in South Africa. Is this possible without transformation in the sector and without changes in ad spend?
No, it is not sustainable. Black conscious people will always be punished. People who the creatives in the industry who question the narrative structure, the narrative aesthetics don't last. Because in the end, the people who decide, who approve, who buy, and who control the means to buy, are the few, and they are white. Why will they approve an advert that disrupts white privilege? Why will they approve an advert that makes black people wake up from the non-existing non-racialism? Why will they approve an advert that is provocative and makes black people more critical? So even the funding for the creative work is controlled by who owns. So you can't do the other without the other. And the advertisement industry is not like, for instance, it's not like mining, you see. It's intellectual. It's like completely and mostly intellectual. It's not if they don't even have some university somewhere which they must build labs and what. It's like you are buying audiences on established platforms. Power FM, Kaya FM, Sunday World. Those are the people who, who have like a structural. So advert is mostly intellectual. Of course, there are cameras. There are people who sit in a computer and design this and that, but majority of the time it's really, and it's intellectually driven. So it can be shifted by correcting, and this correction is not unreasonable. You're just asking the clients or corporate South Africa to be rational. You are asking them to put their money where the consumers are, the consumers of their products. You're not asking them to own their products. You're not saying we're going to nationalize Unilever. We're not saying we're going to nationalize Standard Bank, which we should, or APSA, which we should. We are saying go spend rationally. Do not, in the ways in which you spend on adverts, insult the black people that consume your products.
In 2020, EFF embarked on a protest outside of Click stores following the advert, which elicited widespread public condemnation. And the outcome of your meeting with Unilever was that Unilever will donate 10,000 sanitary pads and sanitizers to informal settlements identified by the EFF. Did you, as the EFF, call for a change in how they spent in the media planning and buying budgets? Did you call for changes, or you were much more comfortable with the settlement of 10,000 sanitary pads, or did you call for greater transformation in how they procure ads and how they outsource ads?
The conversation at the time, the short answer is yes, we did. But we needed to deal with this hair question. They admitted that it was wrong. I heard that the Cape Town Equality Court over the weekend reached a curiously different outcome or judgment. But I haven't read the judgment. But Unilever and Clicks agreed that the ad was offensive. So firstly, we said, you remove, you apologize. Secondly, you show remorse for the damage in the dignity of people. And you must engage in the transformation of your advertisement expenditure and advertisement outlook. We agreed on all those grounds. That's why we're saying, tell corporate South Africa with immediate effect, they must change their ad expenditure on billboards, on newspapers, on television and on radio with immediate effect. It's not hard. They simply tell the media buyer, you will use our money. 60% will go at all material times to the SABC. The billboards in Soweto secure the ones that are owned by black people first. Because that's where black people live. They can immediately change next Sunday. Sunday World can get more advertisement expenditure by pure decision. It's an immediate effect. That's number one. But they must show remorse for the last 28 years. That's the structure of the EFF's approach. They must show remorse. Collectively as an industry, annually they do like 30 billion. So 28 years, 50 billion is still like, asking them for cramps. But they must collectively, based on the contribution of their collective expenditure on adverts, they must contribute to the 50 billion, 50 of which must go and advance the SABC and make the SABC the powerhouse it should be for the audiences it commands, for the great content that it offers. On the other, empower community media for media diversity. On the other, support black filmmakers, black musicians, and as well as female sports. I think it's called female sportsmen. Because sports, film, and music constitute a great command of these audiences from which they buy. They ought to be supporting in any way that particular transformation. It will be a great contribution to the transformation. So that's the sense in which we dealt as well with Clicks and Unilever, and it was an amicable solution. They complied with everything, but the principle is precisely that one must show remorse. There must be a practicable demonstration of. You must separate with something.
It will be interesting to look at,
because you see, we can't jail them. Ordinarily, there should be, but there'll be a big jail. We don't want jail. We want equality. It's like, white people all at all material times. Nobody really cares that you are white. Nobody really cares that you are white. We're not even interested whether they stay or they go. We just want equality. We just want a world in which nobody is judged according to the color of their skin for anything, including white people. So 94.7 radio and Jacaranda and the entire drama of East Coast and Cape Town privately owned radio stations of Prime Media and all of that, they must attain their scientific existence, which is they account for very little in terms of the command of audiences.
Have you monitored the implementation of the agreement you reached with Unilever and Clicks? Have you noticed any significant changes in the ad expenditure, which is geared towards black advertising agencies or radio stations?
No, there hasn't been any fundamental shifts in relation to the advertisement expenditure. And this is because all these companies outsource that responsibility. So if they line up here after me, they're going to say, no, we don't get involved. It's not us. But that will be an irresponsible response, because people buy their products, don't buy advertisers' products. They buy their products. So all the eaters, sunlight users must be able, because they watch SABC, they are on Power FM, they are in Soweto, they are in Umlaas, their billboards must be paid the due cost. It's irrational, it is racist, and it must be stopped with immediate effect. Companies themselves can take that legally binding decision, and things will change tomorrow morning.
This is the question we are going to ask everyone who appears before the inquiry panel. What is your understanding of advertising as the EFF? You've partly touched on this, but just briefly, your understanding of advertising and how does it play out in the advertising? How does discrimination play out in the advertising? Just briefly.
Our critical point is the biggest sufferers of racial discrimination in the advertising industry are black media owners. It is something that can be practically demonstrated. They have suffered, they continue to suffer because of the color of their skin, as the first fundamental point. The second fundamental point is that the creative works, the actual final product, the poster designs, the public announcements on radio, the visual adverts, both online as well as on TV, continue to represent South Africa in false terms. Like, the big thing is they like to perpetuate false racial unity to hide the fact that there are racial problems in this country, that we live in a racially discriminated society. White people party on their own. They've got their sports, and they try very hard to make sure that these sporting codes remain white. In campuses of universities, it's after the classroom, we go different paths. There's a big problem of racial discrimination, which the advertisement space plays into. You know, everybody puts us into sleep in that sense. And then there are actual ones then that still use the brutal colonial script, like damaged hair in relation, for instance, to cliques, coolest monkey in relation to H&M. There are those ones as well that continue to exist. And that is really our take. But what we are calling on the Commission to do is a truly impactful resolution, a truly impactful ruling, is that corporate South Africa must take ownership of racism in their advertisement expenditure and change it with immediate effect. They must start spending their money in the SABC and with black media owners.
You have called for punitive action, and I had a look at the Equality Act. Section 7 of the Equality Act prohibits the dissemination of any propaganda or idea which propounds the racial superiority or inferiority of any person. Is there a reason why the did not consider taking a company like H&M or those who are responsible for the Clicks Trazeme advert to the Equality Court?
No, we took them to the court of the protest lines, of the picket lines. It is that court that transformed this country. South Africa was not transformed by courts. What gave us the type of the constitutional order we have, it's the picket lines. We did what works, the picket lines. The legal fraternity is a big commercialized affair of expensive lawyers. They always want us to go to court because they're going to make money out of it. The greatest tool in the confrontation of racism are the picket lines. That's where we went. We went to confront them. We went to put our bodies on the line. So, from time to time, we indulge in courts. You know, we get some lawyer, we pay. Sometimes we don't even have the money. But picket lines just cost us our bodies. That's what we did. But they've got a reliable impact. They've got a reliable result. because the whole South African democratic order, both here and internationally, the anti-apartheid movement internationally was not a courts movement. It was a movement of confronting racism on the picket lines, particularly if it's institutionalized, like aid expenditure. Clicks, it's not those individuals. We know where Clicks is. We can find its doors and sit on them in a form of protest. You beat us up, we come back. You arrest us, we come back. We're too many. There are no prison cells for the rest of us. So that's what the protest and the picket lines are about. And we chose that particular route because it works, and guess what? It worked even then.
With legal interventions, you will have or get precedents that could have far-reaching consequences for the sector. To what extent would you say your protest advocacy was impactful and brought about the transformation that you're calling for?
Well, picket lines offer an opportunity for a mass movement, for the physical education of our people. It helps us to overcome fear, the fear of confronting and telling white people what we think. It's a great educational tool because all of you are going to be debating day and night. But Clicks came to the table. It tried to do the elite route of a court, but they came to the table. So did Unilever. They came to the table, and when they came to the table, they realized that we are a reasonable people. That our protest is actually intellectually calculated, and it's based on a proven history of success. And Transmere suffered. It was removed. So people are very sensitive. They gain a conscience. We have to be careful of our adverts, of beauty and hair products. They are the greatest discriminators, those ones, because they are caught up in the pigmentation, in the economy of pigmentation. All the time when you look at them, it's about skin lightening, it's about relaxing the hair, and so on and so forth. So they will have to be extra and more careful because they know they can be visited through the picket lines. That's a transformative impact. But also that demonstrable effort of 10,000 sanitary towels forces them to go to these communities of these people that they have offended and demonstrate remorse practically.
My last question before I hand over to my colleague. We, over the years, we've seen and observed a number of ads, some of which are not consonant with our constitutional values. There was an advert, because you are a political party, a civic movement. There was an advert in the lead up to the recent local government elections by another political party in Phoenix. In your view, does that qualify as political marketing or advertisement? Can you give us your own understanding and the distinction thereof?
I think it's the DA that had a problematic. It's the DA's entire reading of the July protests, as they are known. It was from a point of view of the protection of property. And they were willing to protect property at even the cost of the Constitution. Part of what they did is to celebrate vigilantism. So, gun-carrying racist Indian men in the streets shooting indiscriminately at African people. That's what the ad wanted to defend. And I think there's no reason to, that is political advertisement. That's political campaign. One of the words they use for advert is campaign. That's why they'll say the Transmedia campaign. So it is campaigning, but it was a very problematic view because it was suffered as well a short-sightedness even on the part of the government. They began to celebrate vigilantism, but and then it backfired. It backfired because ordinary citizens took the law in their hands and then performed their most horrific prejudicial passions, engaged in all forms of orgies of violence. That was an admission of already a failed constitutional or a failed law and order. And to that extent, yes, Phoenix is indefensible, at least from the point of view of the South African Constitution, from the point of view of the UN Human Rights Charter. It's indefensible. What happened in Phoenix is indefensible. And I'm sure the Commission will arrive at the same conclusion. But at the core is that the desperation of the DA was the short-sightedness that private property must be defended at all costs, like at all costs, even at the cost of the lives of whoever. The private property is important. And in that sense, they wanted to celebrate vigilantism. It was not just vigilantism, unfortunately, in Phoenix, it was racism. And that's the unfortunate part of that advert.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ndozi. I have 4 questions for you this evening. What do you think needs to be done to correct the creation of racist and other grounds of discrimination at its source? For instance, moving from a more reactionary approach to a more preventative approach, what would you do to prevent that sort of thing?
Every time it rears its ugly head, cut it. That's the only preventative strategy. You must punish racism. So the racist always knows that they will be dealt with. In that way, the rest of the racists will know that they don't have a space in this society to be racist. So stop with your workshops and forgiveness and counseling, and because they are all based on a naive assumption that we can appeal to the humanity of white people for them to transform themselves. No, they are not going to, because it's nice to be white. It's actually great to be white. They're not going to leave and divorce and distract that privilege. So it's a struggle. That's why even under apartheid and colonization, it was called a struggle. It was a struggle against the usage of the color of our skin as a means of our oppression. So you prevent by every time racism rears its ugly head, cut the head, figuratively speaking.
Thank you, Doctor. So you've indicated in your submission that the anti-blackness racism campaign that you're trying to advance, you cannot use privilege, no amount of training or workshops can be able to alleviate that sort of racism, except through socio-economic empowerment. So I just want to take you, for instance, some have called for a constitutional amendment for expropriation of land. Does what the EFF want require a constitutional amendment or a change of legislation or internal policies?
In relation to this particular inquiry, we need a legally binding decision by corporate South Africa, Unilever, South African breweries, alcohol, everything, Clicks, Pick and Pay. They can take a decision now. They lose nothing actually. They lose nothing. They can take, in relation to these ones, all they do is to, I'm told Nedbank took a policy decision that 80% of its advertisement expenditure must go to black media owners, at the center of which is the SABC, black outdoor media owners. So when you arrive and you are buying billboards in Soweto, in Umlazi, in Kukuletu, and so on and so forth, you buy first the black-owned billboards. Corporate South Africa can take that decision now. And the white media buyers, if they don't comply with it, they've got the internal capacity to buy directly. They know where the SABC offices are. They can call the CEO now of the SABC. Is one person responsible for over 60% of South African radio audiences? They can tell him, no, from today, 60% of the radio budget is coming to you from Unilever, from Clientele, from Standard Bank, from all of them. They can take that decision. That's all we're saying to them. It's a low-hanging fruit. There's still an entire transformation part, but at least that will effect a tectonic shift in the ownership patterns at the end product of media. That's what we are saying. There's no constitution you need to amend to tell Unilever, for Unilever, legally binding decision that it will spend majority of its budget on black media owners. There's no law, there's nothing. Unilever must be, it won't be losing anything. That's what I'm trying to say. It won't be losing anything. It must just take and say, this is our legally binding decision. Or the commission must force it. The commission must force it, that they must take legally binding decisions, that they will begin to spend correctly in terms of their advertisement expenditure. They lose nothing. But what will gain, what will transform, are the patterns of ownership on the other end of black media owners, which they should, because those people actually do command black audiences. Because it commands black audiences. It has got the credible, sustainable content to keep them fixed on the radio.
In your submission, you stated that prime media must be compelled to procure services from black-owned media. How does what you say impact on the right to trade, an association, and the freedom of expression?
There's nobody who must ever have a right to be racist in this country. No one, not in South Africa, not anywhere in the world, must ever have a right to discriminate against black people. There's no whataboutism there. the advertisement expenditure is unequivocally racist. The ad spending in South Africa, it is unequivocally racist. It can be demonstrated, and none of them combined can disprove, because the facts are there. It is based on racism. Your freedom to trade is irrelevant. You have no right. Nobody has a right to discriminate against black people. Radio 94.7 does not have the right, simply because it's white owned and has 800 listeners, even if it's 800 whites, which I doubt. It's very possible that a lot of those audiences, even they, are black. I'm not saying that don't spend on that radio station, on Jacaranda and so on. I'm saying that you start from there and then you go up SABC. I'm not saying they must shut down. I'm saying nobody has a right, under no circumstances, to be racist.
My final question. Will the EFF use its influence in both the public and the private sector to affect the makeup of, for instance, advertising agencies?
Our contribution in Parliament, in the Communications Portfolio Committee, speaks for itself. Our acceptance of this invitation, our protest action in relation to H&M cliques, but also other forms of racism that we have been confronting in other parts of society outside of advertisement. We are about that. We are about securing the dignity, rewriting, reauthoring the image of African people. Aesthetically, culturally, spiritually, economically. Black people must not apologize for participating in modernity. They must not apologize. There's nothing white about the industrial, including the fourth industrial revolution. They must make no apology that they want to partake in the digital revolution, in biogenetics, because all those things, they are not European. It's a lie. That's what we are about. We are about disarticulating the image of African people from humiliation, exclusion, despise, and death itself. That's what the EFF was formed for, is to continue the struggle for the securing of black dignity.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buga. Now we are going to afford the panelists the chance to put questions to the witness. I think this time the order that we shall follow is that we'll start from myself and end the other way. Commissioner Banyoni and then Professor. I've got just one question. And my question is, we appreciate the steps that the EFF has taken in trying to demonstrate and protest against some discriminatory and racist advertisement that happened at Clicks and H&M. Now, my question is, what does EFF, and then I know EFF has got members who are parliamentarians, intend doing in the light of the fact that it has been stated in the Constitutional Court that parliamentarians should exercise their power of oversight and hold the executive accountable for some or breaches perhaps of the provisions of the Constitution. Now what I want to know is, what are you going to do as the EFF and as members, as parliamentarians, to hold the executive responsible for the correction and for the breach of the Constitution because of these discriminatory and racial adverts? What can you assure us you are going to do as people who have got to hold the executive accountable? Thank you.
Well, as we have indicated, we are not calling and speaking about the government's own racist ad spending for the first time here. We've done so directly to their faces in Parliament and in other platforms. But a significantly much larger share of the ad spend in South Africa lies with the private sector. We are on the record to have consistently canvassed these grounds in Parliament, in the appearance of many of these institutions, multi-choice and so on and so forth. We have spoken to the questions of the mass carry regulations. We have spoken and had these submissions even to ICASA itself. We have, on many and countless occasions on its appearance to Parliament, we have sharply raised these questions. That is holding the executive accountable and so on and so forth. But our bigger responsibility is to replace the existing government, because our view is that it's impotent. It is full of cowards who, even if you pushed them, they won't do anything. They satisfy themselves in only supervising black people on behalf of white privilege. So in as much as we, engage them and struggle with them in relation to the critical oversight and accountability responsibilities we have, we don't have confidence in the government of the day. It has had 28 years. I want you to imagine a 28-year-old child. Ingane na 28 years says nengane yayo. That's how long they've demonstrated their failure. We in the EFF took a decision that they must be replaced, and they must be replaced by ourselves. And we are working towards that. We work every day to build the organization's life and rooted in the everyday struggles of our people across the country. And the sun will shine, not in my lifetime. The sun will shine in my lifetime when this country will be run by the EFF. That day, there's no retailer, domestic, local, or international, that will ever engage in trade in a racist fashion. Us, we won't even beg them. We won't even trouble the commission to spend so much money, holding an inquiry. These are long overdue things that should have happened a long time ago if we had a government that cared. If that is our position, we intend to replace them, and we will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Banyoni?
Thank you, Chairperson of the inquiry. Dr. Ndlozi, you spoke about the crime, reminded us of the past, days of Ambi Special.
Yeah, Ambi Chubaba.
Yes, I wanted to come to the damage that those lotions caused to the skins of the people with what was regarded as Amashubaba. And then there was a phase of the black consciousness to say black is beautiful. And I didn't know that you understand the Isizwe, but I've just picked it now when we speak about Indonia Mans, the black stone, beautiful stone. And then my question is, it would appear that there is now the re-emergence of the practice of the past, where people with dark skin undermined their skin, and then, among others, they pride there is this new tendency, yellow bone, and meaning a white color, and also extending their hairs, and then also extending their nails. The question is there anything that the EFF is doing or intend doing to try to curb the re-emergence of those, I would say, indignity or injustice of the past? Black versus white being regarded as beautiful or superior, and black as inferior. That's my question.
Yes, indeed we do. Majority and some of us in the EFF are associated openly with the Black Consciousness movement. We actually embrace Steve as part of the general Fanonian school of thought. So when we describe ourselves as Marxist-Leninist Fanonian, it's because our critique of racism in society relies almost entirely on Fanon's work. Black Skins, White Masks, Wretched of the Earth, and many more, in a way that we appreciate, and you could have heard our submission today, that there's been a serious aesthetic demonization of the natural features of black and African people in particular. You know, by population numbers, by the way, lighter-skinned people in the world are too many. If you include the Asians, some of the Arabs and Indians, it's not easy in a globalized international economy and markets to push up against an aesthetic of lightness. But it's not something that it's impossible. I'm afraid also that, you know, biogenetics is advancing. One day we are going to be told there is a clinic in which black people can go and just basically be turned into whites. Biogenetics is advancing. The manipulation, because the skin tone has a biogenetic composition. It has is a gene signature. So the manipulation of genes with biogenetic, the revolution One day we're going to have clinics to say we can make your hair Brazilian, naturally. We can make you look like Brooke. And we can make you look like James Bond. It's not a joke. The biogenetic revolution is actually has that capability. And people will make money like they did with Escamela and Ambichubaba and Step 1. The conditions for the resistance of such an aesthetic damification not just only lie in the success of black consciousness ideas like they did in the 1970s and 80s, not just here but also in the United States and Europe. It also lies on the acceptance. We have to accept this, that to be black is hard. And what makes being black hard, even if you are strong, being a black, like looking dark, keeping your natural hair, you are just the curious black body walking around. You're not complying with the white aesthetic or the non-white aesthetic value. You're not wearing it. It's not easy because there's no economic support for the Black Panther type of aesthetic expression. So in the end, we have to take over the economy in order to look like we like. Steve Biko is known to have said, if you want to turn white, you are insulting whatever God created you black. Why do you want to escape your hair? Why do you want to escape the shape of your nose? None of those things, none of them, not how I look, has any relationship with my talents and my intellectual capability. One of the biggest cultural shocks for me, you know, all of us were educated in the townships, and we had an opportunity to go to the university that is white like Wits. You have several cultural shocks. Despite the computers, is the white people, the language, the cultural shock. But after some years being at Wits, I started to tutor and teach. And I discovered that there is a lot of stupid white people who are just dumb. They are there at the university, they are failing. To just demonstrate that the whiteness can never be a proof against your capacity intellectually. The exam does not discriminate. You either get quantum physics or you don't. Doesn't matter the color of your skin. But the resources for the educational support of our intellectual talents, unfortunately, is where or what makes being black a hated and a despised. That's why people want to run away from being black. So we not only engage in this cultural anti-culture or counter-culture based on black consciousness, we have to change the structure of the economy to support a general black celebrated aesthetics. Fine arts, you know, from painters to sculptures, the art festivals, all of those things are not there. The government doesn't support them. Corporate South Africa doesn't support them. The cultural festivals that celebrate looking African. And that's why to invest in those things, it's a lot of money. We need to change the structure in the economy in order to reauthor how we feel about ourselves.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Banyono. Do you still have some questions?
No, Chairperson, that was the only question I had.
Thank you very much. Then I proceed to Professor Mazingu. It's yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm mindful that the witness has been on stand for almost 3 hours now. And it's, we are over time. It's 5:10. I've got a lot of questions, Chair, but I will limit myself to 2 questions to the recommendations. You made 4 specific recommendations. 1, 50 billion reparation. 2, ownership diversity. 3, demographically just ad spending. The 4th one is a curious one. The demand for advertisement that awakens, not the one that zombify. I've got 2 difficulties with that last demand. The first one is there seems to be a contradiction to what you are saying, and I want you to help the panel here. On the one hand, you are saying adverts must portray reality and not portray what is not there. But on the other hand, you are saying adverts that portray black men in shebeens, black women washing, with their hands, is not right. But that is a reality, that the majority of black men are in the shebeens, that the majority of black women wash with their hands. But the third problem that you have with advertisements that are aspirational, ones that portray the rainbow nation, right? Aspirationally, non-racism. So what are you saying? What do you mean when you say adverts must not instill false consciousness? They must, awaken people. Is it adverts that portray reality? Is it adverts that are aspirational? Is it adverts that do not portray reality? So if you can just help us there in terms of recommendations. The second question related to that is one thing to say we don't want racist adverts, but to demand adverts that awaken, isn't that unconstitutional? Isn't that threatening, violating the right to freedom of expression, demanding adverts that actually awakens, demanding adverts that are black consciousness based adverts? As I said, it's fine to say we want adverts that do not violate the Constitution, that are not racist. But to demand, as your 4th recommendation, adverts that awaken, that makes me anxious about the EFF's attitude to this beautiful Constitution. So just clarity there. Commissioner, I'll just ask the last question. Ownership diversity and the relationship between that and the fundamental decolonization of the sector. Of course, you will say that diversity is not enough, because we know the more black people climb higher in these sectors, the more some of them become white, the more some of them perpetuate the same stereotypes, right? But on the other hand, the idea that community radio stations must be given part of this 50 billion, as if this community radio station and the CBC itself are not sometimes xenophobic, homophobic, sexist. They're not transformed themselves, the SCBC and these community radio stations. So the relationship between what you are calling ownership diversity and the fundamental decolonization of the sector, just give us clarity there. Thank you, Chair.
No. Okay, let's start with the metaphysical observations that I made. Reality is inaccessible from representation point of view. You don't have a direct access to reality. It is always represented. Too much reality will kill you. There's a lot of rape in society. And most of it, it's violent, it's against minors, in prisons, as well as in homes. If you started showing there on TV, you'll overwhelm people. So you have to represent. You have to tell a story. That's where the creative storytellers come in. So I make no such a demand. We make no such a demand of like, tell it as it is. We were critiquing that it's impossible to do so. And I used the specific example of Nando's that, but in the instances where they say they're telling it like it is, showing it like it is out there, they are just reproducing the problems of society. The fact that we live with masks, the fact that we have no access as black people to positive aesthetic expression and so on and so forth. That is at the level of critique. I was critiquing the ads. I was saying that they could benefit from black consciousness as an intellectual provocation. Whether they do it or not, the consequences is they will continue to indulge in putting our people to sleep in relation to race questions. I know of no other progressive race ideology than black consciousness. I know of no other theory. It's the best, and there are many examples that abound across the world. It's the best tool to help black people own up to themselves, to their struggles, to their bodies, to their looks, to their traditions, to their religions, and to have a positive relationship with themselves and their worlds. So when an advert, for instance, we said black label. That was in comparison. I'm not fighting against that black people are in shebins, but so are whites. I'm saying that every time you portray positions of disempowerment, hardly will you find. There are white criminals. There are white pickpocketers. There are a lot of corrupt white people. Too much. There are a lot of disreputable white men and women. That particular portrayal of disrepute should not be the preserve of black people. So yes, we wash with our hands and so on and so forth. A lot of black women with washing machines. My grandmother's got a washing machine. My grandmother, washing machine chief. So is my mother. She doesn't use her hands. And she's in the township. I'm saying that the position of disempowerment, when it's constantly in its portrayal reserved for blacks, it does not assist in the positive imagination of the black identity. In as much as, they can do a black executive and so on and so forth, that's where we were doing a critique of the ways in which the reproduction of an image of blackness as a disempowered image continues to be reproduced. The ownership of black media owners, so for instance the SABC and community radio stations, yes, they stand the risk, all those risks that you describe. but they are not grounds for them to be excluded from ad expenditure. That's all we're saying. Even if, I don't know, I mean, that's not actually, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the fact that they are being discriminated in ad expenditure. What they will do when the ads come is a secondary question. Let's debate it when it happens. But we shouldn't be too quick to say, no, just because the black is the executive, that it doesn't mean that we are transformed. No, it's not true. It is something meaningful when black people attain positions of power. It's something very meaningful. It's a step forward. When black people own a bank, when black people own an engineering company, they must not be excluded because we are scared bona they are not going to succeed. They fear that they might fall apart. They fear that, hey, these ones are not responsible. We remind each other, they might be xenophobic, they might be what? Hey, maybe. But when it comes to white ownership, those are not considerations. They spend, the ad goes. So we are saying it must go in a equally non-discriminatory way. Yes, we must equally engage all of us in what then it means to transform our value system so that we reconcile positively with our image, intellectually and otherwise. We must engage in that. It's not something that we are discarding, but we are saying that it has not been a consideration in the reality now. When Unilever does not spend on Power FM or SABC, it's not because it's scared that Power FM might be xenophobic. No, it's pure racism. They are not spending there because it's blacks. And that's what must stop. The final decolonization project, it won't take only a discussion in relation to adverts. There has to be a general reconsideration of the education system. There has to be a general reconsideration of the financial system. The land is still not in the hands of the majority of this country. They are all important features on a path, and it's not an overnight thing. But our emphasis is, we must not first become black conscious before we take the economy. We must do both. We must be black conscious and also take the economy. We must not say, no, let's first be educated. You know, the patronizing catharsis there. No, there was a debate in the early 20th century to give black people the vote. And they said, let's give the educated ones. Because there was a worry that, blacks. No, we must take charge of our lives and what we do afterwards. It's an important debate and an important question, and our view is we must engage in a consistent project equally to do a cultural re-evaluation, to revalue, to re-author the value of a black image in the world. It takes an intellectual investment, but we won't have that intellectual investment because we don't have the economy. Even to have that discussion amongst black people, how are you going to find them? They are constantly looking for the means of subsistence. They are all trying to look for jobs. They are looking for work. The condition in white-owned establishments for your own promotion, the condition for that promotion is that you don't question the status quo. I see those blacks. They are black. I see them. The condition of their rise in white establishments is that they don't question the pigmentation politics. That's why I think the ones that do make it, which are a minority, the ones that do make it then police the rest of us out of embarrassing them by constantly pointing out that the world remains the same. That is what we are saying. In terms of our demands, we are saying there must be a finding that the ad spend in South Africa has been racist against black people, black media owners. 2, once you find that, they must take a legally binding decision to redirect their spending, which is racist and irrational, in accordance with the science of audiences, and spend on black media owners. The billboards of the townships must be worth the audiences they represent. We're saying, finally, there must be a demonstration of remorse with 50 billion. Now, community radio stations and community TV have an important different role to play in the diversification of democratic voices, the plethora of voices in public discourse. If it's monopolized by multi-choice or just the SABC, the plethora of voices to flourish in the discursive nature of democracy, that it must have many voices. You diversify the media, the broadcasting media, the print media, but I'm saying in this case, community radio and community television have a big chance of booming. They just need the support. And they're important because once we hear they're xenophobic, again, we're going to engage them. Once we hear that they too are going to do what we're doing to the rest of everyone, we're going to go and engage them. And they must not be a priori excluded. And then the final part is the content creators, filmmakers, musicians, and in this case, we are particularly drawn to the plight of sports women, particularly soccer development. It's, I think, an obvious fact that there's serious marginalization of black sports women. They create audiences for these ads. Part of that reparation can go to develop them. And as for the SABC, who could argue? The SABC has a big public mandate. Big public mandate. It's the public broadcaster. It's not a private broadcaster. There's a big public mandate. And it must be saved, because otherwise we're just left with Koos Becker, which is undesirable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor, do you still have a question to the witness?
No, it's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I see now it's 17:05. I think the witnesses who appeared before the commission, the panelists today, and I would also like to thank the support staff from the Gauteng Province Office of the Human Rights Commission, and also thank the medias who are here today for and lastly but not least, I would like for all the good work that they've done, and then I wish to say that we'll we will again continue with our session and with other witnesses tomorrow. So until tomorrow, this inquiry adjourns. So thank you very much. Yeah. And then, okay, I think I've got also to the witness, and we really the inquiry, which we hope will at the end help in improving and in correcting the apparent wrong practice that is there in our advertising sector. So thank you very much.